Welcome everyone. I'm Kwan, President of the Australian Esports Association. I'm joined by Kieran, who's the Campus Manager for the SA Institute Melbourne. Kieran, do you want to just say a few words and welcome everyone?
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you all for joining us. Please let me start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we stand today, the Bunurong people of the Southeast Kulin Nation. I'd like to extend my respect to their elders past, present and emerging, and also extend that respect to any First Nations people who are with us today. Thank you very much for joining us today and for giving me the opportunity to say hello. My name's Kieran. I'm the campus manager here at SA in Melbourne. I've been with SA for quite a while, and in games in particular, or interested in games I should say, since we got started. SA has a long history of interaction with the games community in Australia, and more recently in abroad in the rest of the international community. We've got campuses in all the main games development centres around Australia, Brisbane, Melbourne, obviously, and Sydney, but also Perth, and soon offering those courses in Adelaide too. We have 50-ish campuses around the world, in the US, the UK, most of Europe, in Africa, in in South America, so on and so forth. And we've helped train a generation of games designers, developers, animators, as well as those people in parallel positions in film and audio and that sort of thing as well. We offer a structured pathway for young Australians to move into the games industry. We ensure that the graduates have a streamlined and effective entry into the games department, ensuring that the games industry, I should say, ensuring that their learning is exactly what they're passionate about through practical methods and teaching what they will eventually work in, making sure we use those really practical focuses so that the students and when they graduate are able to go straight into industry. I say all of this as background as to why we're super happy to be involved with AEL. Basically, well, from my opinion, esports is part of the games industry that's yet to receive the recognition locally that I think it deserves. I personally spend at least one lunchtime a week watching competitive StarCraft. Please don't judge me for that. I'm a lifelong RTS fan, and to be honest, don't move into anything else because they move too fast for me. But it's an area that I think our students need to work towards, they need to know about, so that they've got a holistic sort of overview of what the games industry is and what they could be moving into once they graduate. We've all watched the games industry skyrocket over the last couple of years. Over one of the few upsides to the lockdowns and isolation that we've had over the last couple of years is a dramatic growth in the games industry. $4 billion spent on games and consoles in 2021 and $1.5 billion on mobile gaming. Those are double-digit increases for the industry over several years. And I think I'd be preaching to the converted if I was to say too much more on that, to be honest. Except to say that the gaming industries and gaming-related industries are now a key component of the Australian consumer and export industries, and the expectation is those markets will continue to grow, trading market share with the more traditional forms of entertainment. So SA's bachelor's, master's and diploma courses are focused on ensuring that we provide graduates to fill all aspects of the gaming industry. I'd like to thank Darren and the AEL team for recognising the niche that we fill and providing an opportunity to support the transparency and growth in our industry. So please, if you have the opportunity, reach out to my staff. There's a few here today, and obviously they'll be around campus, or to me if you've got any questions at all. But otherwise, I want to welcome everybody and say enjoy the summit. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Kieran. All right, I'll just give a couple of cool words about the industry from my perspective. I do sit as president of the Australian Esports Association. It's a big and small industry, and whilst we as an association are non-profit, independent, we don't get to see everything, but we're quite aware of what goes on in the industry. And that's why we put on this summit. We want to really bring it together, have really cool people who are boots on the ground, seeing and experiencing the front line of esports, and to get their insights. And this year, we've had a really, really exciting year. We've had 2 major events for esports internationally. amongst all of the ongoing, world championships that happen for every game. I sort of say every month there's a world championship for esports, whether it's Rocket League, Dota, League of Legends, you name it. It's just always ongoing. But we had esports as a medal event at the Asian Games hosted by the city of Hangzhou in China, which involved all the nations of the Asian Olympic Committee, which is it's just incredible, right? That's an Olympic medal event, and it really sets the tone for where esports might be 10 years when we think of Brisbane Olympics and all the games in between, because the Asian Games is the second largest Olympic event in the world. And we were also at the Commonwealth Games, where we had an Australian team representing us. So, for me, that was a really special moment to see Australia actually get to participate and be a part of one of these world-changing events where we can have a nationally representative team. And you'll hear from one of the players today, Morgan, who was the captain of our women's team, who will say what the difference is between going to, say, RLWCS in Rocket League and playing at a game publisher-led or a private world championship versus the Commonwealth Games. And really what it is the people on the street who are there. It's mums and dads who don't passionately follow esports but are there to discover, or their kids do, and so on. It's like this whole different respect as well. We got to the airport and there are people there, running up to the athletes saying, "Oh, what are you playing in? What do you do? What sport?" And they have no idea what Rocket League is, but they're just excited because there's someone in an Australian uniform and they're there, and it's a whole different environment. And what it does for me is it takes what we're all deeply passionate about as gamers, because esports is for gamers and it came from gamers. The everyday gamer on the street or in the lounge room playing against their friend or their brother, that's the birthplace of esports when they go and take that to school, or they take it to their friends down the road and go to their house and so on. It takes that passion that is shared by millions and puts it in front of billions. And that's the scale when we talk about things like Com Games and Olympics and recognition of esports. And that's something that for us here in this year was really special, especially coming out of 2 years of COVID. So, it's like a big change when everything, as much as we always thrive online, it was just a big change to go from, not having the ability to have players in stadiums and arenas to now having players in stadiums and arenas like we had at DreamHack, but then also at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. And we know Victoria's hosting 2026, so there's a lot of chatter from across the globe about, well, does esports have a place there again? And that's something we'll discuss today. Our industry here is as mentioned by Kieran, a subset of gaming. And gaming, we spend $4 billion plus on gaming. And if I look at gaming and esports and give you a really, really simple way to relate the two, esports is the sport of playing video games. It's when people are saying, I want to compete against someone, but I want a ref to confirm my score. We see in sprinting, someone might in their backyard or their local track break a world record, but it doesn't count until there's officials and structure and it's a meet and it's recorded correctly and so on. That's the same for esports. We go. I play at home and I get onto Dota 2 or whichever game I'm playing, and I'll have a really good game. Like, oh, amazing! I did really well. I beat these other players, and I'm really proud of what I achieved. I had a great time. I share it with my friends. But until I take it to a comp and I verse another team, as good as I feel I am at the game, I haven't really shown it to everybody and been able to share my talent with everyone. And that's what esports does for gamers. So it is the sport of playing games. And I look at the excitement of a $4 billion gaming industry, 17 plus million Australians exposed to games and play it weekly. And, we were just talking in the preamble as we were networking this morning, there's a nurse in the room who sees kids at the hospital who are just, all they do is gaming and they love it and they're so excited by it and they're so enriched by it. And I look at that generation, I think 10 years from now, they're going to the Com Games, they're going to the Olympics. Like they're the people on that pathway who might take that passion and say, I want to share it with the world and show how good I've gotten at whatever game I have a passion for. And so I look at that and I think, well, our industry is attached to gaming and we're growing with that. And whilst we're not a multi-billion-dollar industry or sport in this country, we have the potential to be. And that's the work we do collectively, and that's the work we talk to. And I talk about the grassroots movement. I remember doing a TEDx talk in 2008 about esports and the phenomenon of esports. And it was a cultural phenomenon back then. You know, we had World Cyber Games. You know, we didn't actually really call it esports. It was sort of are we cyber athletes? Is it cyber sports? Is it esports? You know, we didn't have a real term for it. And esports sort of just fell out and came out into the wash, and then recognized as a noun, and, you know, it sort of became the thing that we used to label it. And that phenomenon, you know, from people bringing their own machines to a community hall, and you'd have 800 people turn up and they'd play comps and you'd win a prize, to now what we see, like what happened at Rod Laver with DreamHack and so on, you know, thousands of people in a stadium watching the best of the best playing. That's the journey we're on. And that's the excitement of this industry. And, you know, we see brands every day trying to find their way to market to gamers. And esports is this really powerful tool. It's a physical activation. It's a get-together moment. It's a participation event. And so brands are looking at this really hungry. The commerce is very strong. We see parents, you know, their kids are asking parents saying, hey, where do I start? I want to be, you know, the next famous somebody and have a huge Twitch following or YouTube following, or recognized as the best gamer, you know, in whatever I love. And the parents are then saying, well, how do I get to start? And they go to their high school and go, is there a program? Where do we play? You know, I've had parents with kids as young as 6 saying, when do they start? And you have to sort of say, we don't have those programs yet, but they'll come. And so it's this really, really cool space we're in. And I look at, there's sort of 2 milestones we're focused on in the AESA. There's the 4-year and then the 10-year. And that's where we're going to see a huge amount of change locally here in Australia, let alone abroad. I mean, the world is moving so much faster than us in different markets. But there's no reason why here in Australia, as much as we're sort of far away and removed, that we can't as well catch up and have a massive industry here that's our own. So we're going to hop to a quick break. And I really appreciate everyone who's in the room and everyone that's joining us online. And we'll get the first panel set up, which will be business and esports. Thanks.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So welcome to the AESA's Esports Summit as a part of MIGW for 2022. Great to be back in person after a couple of years of online events. How's that? Good. Okay, great. I've got a bit of an echo of myself here, so I'll try to do my best. I think we'll be okay. Okay, so thank you for everyone for coming, and thank you for our guests for being here today with us as well. So this first panel of the day is the business of esports. It's quite a tricky topic, I think, in esports. I think everyone could agree that the business of esports is still being worked out. I don't know that we have all the answers, but we're going to try to solve a few of the problems today and look at the direction forward for esports. Okay, so on our panel we have John Satterley, he's the CEO and founder of Fortress Australia. We have Jake in the middle here. He's the CEO. Oh, sorry, that's incorrect. The associate producer at Wargaming World of Tanks. And Ryan Cunningham is the founder and CEO of Media. Okay, and for me, I'm Garth Midgley. I'm a board member at the AESA. I'm the managing director for Goat Entertainment, who develop games with a focus on esports. So before we start on the questions, I'll just throw it quickly to the panel to just give a quick introduction on themselves, their history, and what got them into esports.
Thanks, Garth. That's good. You can all hear me. So, John's my name. I have been in the entertainment industries for over 30 years. Most of my career was spent in the music industry from the age of 17 to about 42. I managed bands, I had my own label, and then I was working for a record company called Roadrunner Records for nearly 18 years, 12 years in Australia and then 5 years and a bit in New York. Came back to Australia after that time, became Chief Digital Officer at Village Roadshow. And while I was there doing strategy and thinking a lot about theme parks and cinemas and outdoor or physical out of the home social entertainment, around 2017 or so, the whole conversation around esports started to germinate. It certainly was part of the zeitgeist in that time, 2016, 2017. And during my time in the music business, touring with bands around Southeast Asia, even in the early 2000s, I noticed just how incredible esports was in places like Korea and Thailand and a few places like that. So this thing had been bubbling away in my head. Left Village Roadshow in 2018 and founded Fortress with the idea of building physical spaces for gamers, and the idea that it would be an esports venue morphed pretty quickly into something a lot larger. And for any of you who've been to Fortress Melbourne, you can see that esports is just a part of that overall concept.
Hey guys, my name's Jake. I've been in the games industry for around 10 years now, which, given my appearance, is pretty much the entire time that I've been working. I started as most of us do in like retail, doing like journalism, blogging, pretty much finding opportunities wherever they would come up, and then got the opportunity to work with Wargaming in their publishing team. I started as a community manager with them. I've been with them for about 5 years now. And yeah, so I moved through community management, now an associate producer, and along that way we started the World of Tanks Premier Leagues, which is pretty much the main reason I'm on this panel today. Yeah, like kind of in the same way that John identified, like the hype around esports and the opportunity there. We've had a long sort of background with esports. World of Tanks has been going for 12 years now, so we've had a couple of shots of it over that time. But yeah, like what we were doing with the Premier League was basically just trying to identify something that Australia, ANZ, could really take ownership of, like really celebrate, not technically just be like a local extension of something that's just dragged and dropped from North America or EU or something like that. And so that's grown pretty successfully, thanks in no small part to our partnership with Fortress and the dedication of the publishing team, because we've over 2 years basically expanded that from one league, which we didn't even know if it was going to get to the end of round one. But we've gone from that to having 2 divisions. We've got a grassroots division in ANZ now, and we just launched the Japan Premier League this year, which is also starting up its 2nd division too. So really exciting time for us, and yeah, really happy to be here. So thanks, guys.
Hey everyone, I'm Ryan. I am the founder of Media. I've worked in gaming, about 13 years, in media for 17. We're a group that kind of commercializes opportunities within gaming and esports. So we partner with groups like, Activision Blizzard, one of our longest partners, from working with EA and Epic and those guys as well, but then also from the media side. So we represent a lot of big international groups like ReadPop or Curse when they used to exist. We've worked with Twitch and a bunch of others here in Australia, and we represent them. And we're basically like a conduit for brands to get involved into gaming and esports. So usually when anyone looks at a brand and how they can get kind of commercialization in this space, or how they can build a strategy to get into this space, it usually kind of comes through us. We're kind of probably most known for our work with like McDonald's and Amazon, because we lead all of their gaming strategy and have for now over 7 years, which is a while. When gaming used to be a bit of a dirty word with brands, if anyone kind of remembers that. It's nice and popular now the last couple of years, but 7 or 9 years ago when we started Media, brands were definitely not too happy to hear about spending in gaming at the time, but obviously that's come a long way now. So, we also represent groups like PAX, which is obviously starting tomorrow. And it's really exciting. So we do a lot of their kind of non-endemic commercialization. We also work with a lot of esports teams. So the Chiefs is probably our biggest partners, where we help those guys get a lot of brand partnerships and build a lot of content as well.
Okay, that's some awesome experience on the panel. I feel like we could probably fill a couple of hours with questions. So we don't have that long, so I'll try to jump into it. I think you guys kind of touched on the topic for this first question. So the first question's around, esports started as an online event, and then it started sort of like 20 years ago. Then it started to turn sort of physical, filling larger and larger stadiums. And then COVID hit and it went digital again. So what were the challenges that we saw there, and what's kind of emerged post-COVID from that?
Well, it's an interesting one because, like I alluded to when I did my intro, we began life as thinking we would be an esports venue, and then quickly, even before we opened the doors, we realised that esports alone was not going to be a satisfactory business model to achieve everything we wanted to achieve. So we, as I said, when you go to Fortress Melbourne, there's probably a quarter of the venue is esports, sort of a tournament-related physical auditorium, and then the rest of the venue is sort of food, beverage, arcade machines, PC gaming, all of that sort of thing. So we already knew before COVID that where esports sat in the kind of business model mix was just really a fraction of it. Of course, when COVID hit, and we had the good fortune of opening the doors on March 13, 2020, which was sort of day one of the pandemic, shut the doors 4 days later, and then was shut, over 2020 and 2021 for a good 18 months. In fact, we laugh because this is the first ever October we've ever traded, and September was our first ever September that we were ever open. So we're learning a lot even now, even though the business has been sort of operating since 2020. Anyway, yes, we had to, in particular, reorient resourcing, thinking, business strategies, business models to say, if we can't sell the food and the drink and everything else, what can we do when we're shut? And we knew that there was an appetite for online competitive gaming. We started working with Jake and Wargaming probably around 2020. I think we kicked it off. We were the first company to get the initial Valorant tournament in 2020 from Riot, and did that. And then we started to really germinate that online experience type program, it still didn't. I mean, I hardly even like to remember those 2 years because it's a bit of a blur and it's a yucky one. But it didn't necessarily pay the bills, but it kept the lights on, just running these sorts of tournaments and these online experiences. But I think we all felt probably sometime last year just general fatigue with anything online. You know, people from 2020 when there was, let's do this Zoom thing and companies doing these activities, by the end of, certainly in Melbourne, by the end of last year, everyone's just like, this is fucking horrible. No more Zoom parties or anything like that. So no wonder that since doors have opened again, that lots of folks have rushed out to get that in-person experience. And we've certainly felt it at Fortress, where we've had excellent attendance to even watch parties and those sort of things, where people are eager to get some form of physical community experience, whether or not it's actually a live event with human beings in front of you on a stage. Just watching something with other people beamed in from somewhere has been really popular. I mean, we ran the Dota final watch party and the joint was filled at 2 a.m. or something. We had 400 people in the arena watching it. It was ticketed as well. So those an indication that there's a real thirst and an appetite for live physical social experiences, which is really the calling card and the DNA of our business, not really online. We'll do it, but it's not what really is the core makeup of our business. And hence why when we do World of Tanks, it culminates in a physical final that people just really want to go to and be part of, and the community celebrate that. And that's what we're about.
Sure. No, of course. I think, like, COVID, obviously really interesting time for everybody, but being a games publisher, you would probably think the fact that we couldn't activate on ground or do any like community gatherings, anything would be great, because more budget to use for marketing or anything like that. But it was actually quite a challenge, particularly for us in our title. We have a pretty traditional emphasis on player gatherings and in-person kind of catch-ups and everything. If you've heard of World of Tanks, there's a good chance you've probably heard of it because your dad is playing it or your granddad is playing it. So like for our community, there is a real importance around actually being able to meet in a physical space. So that was actually part of the reason why we wanted to do the Premier League and obviously initially online, was that we wanted to kind of like replicate that area, that space where the whole community could come in. We do it on a Friday night, so it was like thank God it's Friday, end of the week, let's all go down to the pub together and have a beer. Considering we couldn't do that anymore, the Premier League for us was just that great opportunity to create like a community experience online. And obviously, working with Fortress and having the opportunity to activate that in a physical space, once we had the opportunity to do it, the excitement just bubbled over so much, and the enthusiasm was there because you had that established sort of community understanding around the comp. It wasn't just kind of like we're holding a night at a pub, come down if you want to catch up with old friends. Like, there was more reason than that to kind of engage with the LAN. So I think it almost kind of, COVID kind of helped build the momentum of the Premier League, which has helped to keep going now, really.
Okay, that's amazing. I think I'm going to change the order of my questions a little bit, because I think there's a good question for Ryan here. This is a new question. So given everything that these guys have just said, what did you see from the brand's perspective? Were they looking to, sort of target an online gaming audience since everything went online? Was there a shift in sponsor brand interest?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I want to preface this by saying I love physical events. I think it's a hugely important part of gaming. Like you mentioned the word LANs, and it is a key component. But obviously with COVID being mostly forcing everyone to have a digital identity and having that kind of focus digitally, it's exploded the opportunities in gaming here, particularly in Australia, but obviously internationally as well. Brands obviously who would usually put a lot of money into a lot of other physical opportunities here. Let's just use this ecosystem like NRL, AFL, even the supercars, like all these other institutions were quickly thinking, oh, how do we pivot into this space? But marketers are pretty savvy. They were like, well, what's a space that's already dominating online? And it's obviously was gaming. So for us, I mean, where we thought gaming was going to be in 5 years, pretty much happened in about 18 months in terms of the commercialization and opportunities. So for brands looking at and going, we've got this money to spend, we need to talk to this audience who have just changed their entire profile of how they engage with media. They're not going outside anymore. They're not looking at out of home. They're not watching live sport like it used to be. What are these new opportunities? And esports is a really big avenue for them, because not only did it give people something else to watch, they could see that, well, now I know why people are watching this in droves. It converted a huge new audience to it. And you'd seen, in the past, a few different traditional sports companies fail trying to go into this space because it wasn't authentic. They tried to make it like the Big Bash or something like that, and it just didn't work. But from brands' perspective, they were like, well, let's put some money into this space and see how it works. And what they saw was the return on investment was massive. So like I said, where we were kind of expecting brand involvement where it would be in like 2025, 2020 and 2021 was having those kind of numbers. So it really exploded our business, and it's really good to see things coming back to normal, because now you're looking at those brands that are thinking, hey, you know what, I would like to go back into a physical opportunity now, but I compare this with a digital one. You're seeing everyone kind of look at their 2023 plans. If this is how they're going to do it, they're going to do those combined experiences.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I'd be interested to hear how that's kind of flowed back now. You're saying, it's kind of flowing back into real world events. Have you guys, John and Jake, has seen brands coming to you with these experiences and wanting to be a part of these future physical events?
It's a mixed report card on that. I wouldn't say there's been like a line of brands and companies wanting to. Our experience is probably not as buoyant as yours, in that there's still a lot of reticence from certain brands wanting to jump in. It's the gravitational pull of just the key platforms, Google and Facebook and whatever, where the brands spend the lion's share of their money, is always a contentious discussion. It's like, all right, you do an event here, we get this many eyeballs is the classic, and we could go and spend the money and get 1 trillion eyeballs on Google AdWords or whatever. Of course, we always shift the way that's perceived. We say, yes, but if you've got nothing authentic to talk to people about, you want to be in games, but you're just buying ads and commissioning some artwork and hope someone cares, well, you've got nothing to say. So our argument is, you run an event, an activation or something special with us, if that's what we're saying, then you've created something really unique and powerful to be able to take that into the market, and then you go and spend your money to amplify that story. And we've had some pretty good success with that, and a good example being, a terrific example is, we ran on behalf of the Singapore Tourism Board a 3-day event in our arena where people could drive full-on esports driving rig, 4 of them, hot laps and everything else, to win tickets to go to Singapore for the Grand Prix. And we had 12,000 people over 3 days come and go do that. And Singapore government and tourism board loved it, because then they went and, exactly what I said, they went and amplified the hell out of it, and they had billboards and out of home and all of that to support it. And then the legacy was something that they were able to really use and talk about as well. So that's probably the best example in the last 4 to 6 months I can think of. And it's become a fantastic case study that we now use, which is that the key idea being, create something special with us and then use all your extra bucks to amplify that.
Yeah, I'll just add on to that quickly because I think you pretty much nailed it. It is a bit of a mixed bag, and I think that the tricky thing is, like you said, when you're speaking to brands and when you're engaging with brands, it's very much like cost per acquisition, return on investment, like how far is my dollar going? How many eyeballs is this single dollar getting? And it's very hard to translate that value into a physical space when you can activate online and basically 10x your audience. We get hundreds of people into the Premier League LAN at Fortress, which is amazing. But we're getting tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of viewers online over the course of a season. So from a sponsor's perspective, a brand's perspective, on face value, it seems like the online avenue is the better avenue for them to go down. But there is a flip side to that, because as John was saying, you're getting eyeballs on it, but is it authentic? And are you holding those people and their attention online long enough to actually communicate that brand's value? Like, if you look at the average watch time of a Facebook video, it's usually between 1 to 3 seconds. A Twitch stream is a bit longer because it's a longer format, but even that is maybe 5 to 10 minutes if standard, 10 to 20 if you've got a really engaged community. Ours is a bit higher because we leverage Twitch drops, and that obviously helps us quite a bit. But in a physical space, in a Premier League LAN, when we get people in the door, they're in the door for 5 hours. They're at the venue for the whole evening. So if you're a brand and you're looking to actually really clearly communicate a message, and you're speaking to a sponsor, you ask them, would you rather 3 seconds or 5 hours to try and get your idea across?
I can add a comment to that. So one of the key metrics we use in our pitch decks to brands when we're soliciting for business is we say, and we know for a fact, that our average dwell time is 1 hour and 50 minutes for every visit at Fortress. And we know, because we have people counting cameras, that we're getting approximately 400,000 people a year through the doors. So we do 400 times 2 hours and say we can sell you effectively 800,000 hours of engagement time, which is a lot different to what you said then, Jake, was millions potentially of seconds on these ephemeral platforms, but not that captive, locked in, immersive, experiential thing, and that's a buzzword that lots of brands seek, is something, this idea of creating experiences for customers is what we're about. So we use that engagement hours metric as a way to try to shoehorn ourselves into the conversation. So it's not to try and beat the other side of the argument, which is, we'll just use our dollars to buy eyeballs online.
Do you divide those hours by seconds, like equivalent sort of impression engagement seconds on Twitch, or more like a Twitter or Facebook, to give like an equivalent to what the other side are seeing or delivering?
We haven't done that, but maybe that's next when we get more sophisticated. But
yeah, I'd like to throw this to Ryan. It'd be interesting to see your experiences on.
I deal with this argument, I guess, with marketing directors or agencies that are looking after and controlling these dollars. And you've got to remember, probably when we go in there and we look at it, 90% of digital money goes to pretty much Google and Facebook. Like, if you're being realistic, that's where a lot of this money goes. What we're seeing now, and I guess to context my comment before about the explosion in terms of interest, is now that we're seeing brands come to us and say, you know what, we want to target gamers. So this is the audience that we want to target. Now you've got to tell us how we're going to do that. Now, realistically, trying to fight the reach of YouTube compared to an experiential event is impossible in their minds, because they've been indoctrined to look at it from that way. So what we actually do is we build usually a complex strategy, but it has multiple touch points. And to John's point, which is that, what are you talking to them about? How are you actually engaging and showing that you have a connection to this space? If you want to create brand lovers for your brand, I guess a good thing that we talk about is that originally with one of our key partners, they had no interest in the space, but they knew that this was a key audience that they needed to engage. Their key metric was, well, there's no surprise, was to sell burgers. And as much as they like gaming as a premise, They've got to sell burgers. If you can't sell burgers, then what are you doing? Like, every dollar goes to that. And like I said, when we started 9 years ago, you had to make sure that every dollar spent in gaming could do 20 times what a dollar in music would do. Because it was easy for people to go, I'll just sponsor this event, or I'll just go to, you know, whatever it is, this festival, and do those kinds of things. Then I'll throw some money on YouTube Music or Vivo, which, since I launched that in Australia, I shouldn't badmouth or anything like that. But so what they've looked at now is to say, okay, well, what is the media mix of this? So, for example, if they say, we've got $500,000 to target this audience, okay, so then how do you do either experiential, and then that way you have all these different elements in that. And what's right for one brand isn't right for another as well. That's where we get into the kind of complexities with different ones, because we work with skincare brands to QSRs to streaming platforms to autos, things like that, and they're going to engage in different ways. And the thing with the gaming audience is they are actually really receptive to brands that invest into this space, but you have to have some kind of reason and show that you are committed to the space. And then what do the partners get out of it? Like, if you go to Wargaming and say you want to be a partner of them, what does Wargaming get out of your influence into our space? Like, why would they want you to help that brand, like, get their audience convert into? And it's because, okay, well, then what can we bring to it? So when I kind of say, like, about how these dollars are being spent, it's rather than just fighting it from dollar for dollar at the bottom end, which is really, really hard to do. It's more like, what's a top end strategy that's going to get you the end result? And then if you can justify that return on investment. And I guess what COVID's done, you know, which I think was going to happen anyway, is it's now made these marketing directors and marketing managers take note and go, we need to look at this space and invest in it. Now we're going to do it more holistically, rather than just saying, well, can I get a better return on it, or CPM on YouTube?
I want to bring it back to a point that you made, John, around motorsports and that engagement. So during COVID, we saw quite a uptick in motorsports, or motor esports. So a lot of motorsports brands moved into esports, and it got a lot of attention. And obviously there are a lot of brands, leagues, sponsors that are now kind of playing more in the esports space. What's happened since things have started to open up again? Has that sort of stuck? Are we seeing a change? Are we seeing some of those leagues, like real world sports, kind of stay in esports?
Yeah, you better do that. I don't know.
Look, I would say, which is funny because we work with Esports Media House, who are running like the supercars. My experience in the supercar stuff is a fairly bit limited, but one of the things that I did see was obviously like the, you know, Formula One and supercars really try to invest heavily in this space. That was done mainly through desperation. If you're being honest, it was basically they were like, we don't have anything to put out there, and we need to create something. And we see that there's an opportunity there. And to be fair, it was very smart from them to do that. We haven't seen on a widest landscape those brands and the commercialized divisions underneath really looking like they're having a sustained growth of that. It felt like more of a stopgap solution for them, as opposed to pretty much every other esport where it's more like, this is something that we're already doing beforehand. We had a growing ecosystem, and now we're just pushing ahead with that. Our perception is that for esports that are in racing, it's more now converting back to what it was, just because that's what those fans are after. I'm sure there will still be some sustained esports ecosystems there, and working in tandem I think is really good. You see a lot of the activations at like supercars where people can go and actually play with the devices, and I think that's really successful, but I don't think as a spectator sport it's going to have the same kind of growth it's had over the last couple of years.
Okay, so we're almost out of time, so I've got time for one more question. I wanted to touch on the moving from online sports to like real world, like physical spaces, event-based esports. So this one's for you, John. What place do venues and destination facilities play in the esports story?
Well, I think first and foremost, it's the culmination of what people aspire to when they've followed something online, and then they look forward to the finals, either at scale, like a Rod Laver, 10,000 people, or even a smaller LAN party or finals event. People are seeking that in-person meet with those folks that you've enjoyed the journey with, whether it be, you know, whatever game you follow, and if there's a chance to get together as physical human beings in a place and cheer and get that energy, that's what people are seeking. And so there's always a home or a place for that physical aspect. What I would say, and it's been a bit of a learning for us, because when we were planning and building our business model, we wondered and thought maybe there would be almost like a weekly opportunity for an esports gathering that might have some economic model attached to it, and that's not transpired. Because the problem you got with esports is that, certainly in Australia, is that there's not an abundance of elite players and elite teams who are just going to be available every Friday night to draw the crowd. And if it's then just more like a grassroots community thing, it's usually run by that community. And if you, as Fortress, when we've tried to put something together like a Friday tournament with even cash prizes, we do it on Saturday, for instance, we think a thing called House Cup. It's hard to get more than 100 people. And for it to be economically viable and to really thrive, you need it to be more like 200, 300, 400 people. So when we do LAN finals at the end of, say, the tank season, it's chockers, because it's the culmination of the league and the process. But just the hunger for regular weekly community esports, that puzzle we haven't solved yet.
Yeah, no, I would just like to touch on that a little bit, and kind of reference the question we were speaking about before with F1 and sports and stuff. I think trying to sell esports in a vacuum in that physical space is hard. Like if you're basically just saying that, oh yeah, we've got an esports event on this Friday, it's Counter-Strike, there are no established teams playing, there are no established identities playing, then it's really hard for the crowd to kind of get behind it and have a reason to, yeah, really like want to go to that event and watch it in a physical space. One of the things that I've really tried to push with the Premier League and one of the big opportunities that I think the Australian esports space has overlooked is we almost want to position our esports model away from traditional sports intentionally, because traditional sports is seen as outdated or archaic or for an older audience, and we're cool and new and trendy and we need to be different. But that there is such a sports culture in ANZ, like it's ingrained in who we are as people. So with the Premier League, we actually, we don't have like, org team. We're discussing with orgs, but we have state-based teams, and that's the big value that we have. Like somebody who doesn't know who's on the team, doesn't really know the game very well, they might just want to go down to Fortress because a Melbourne team's playing, and so they want to support the Melbourne team. And I think that was what was really good about supercars and kind of like that osmosis beginning to happen, is that it just started to remind our industry that convergence between traditional sports and esports does still have value and can be a good thing. So, while, the supercars may not continue long term in that model, it did serve to remind people that there is a relationship of mutual benefit in esports and traditional sports. And considering we have such a small audience to leverage, such a small core audience to leverage, if we're just trying to appeal to not only gamers but like high level gamers or very, very dedicated gamers, like we are completely foregoing millions and millions of diehard sports fans who will literally watch two flies, like crawl up a windowsill or something, because there's some element of competitiveness. And I think, it would serve esports in ANZ very well if we leaned into that a bit more and, didn't conflate it with boomer sports, basically.
Did you want to add something?
I actually just wanted to make a point, if that's all right. Is that all right? The reason I just wanted to make this point was just because a lot of the questions that we ask, also a lot of the media stuff, and you've got good examples up here of businesses that are performing well in this space who have been overcoming adversity, during COVID and things like that. And, it looked like a tough space. And you see a lot of that in the oceanic kind of gaming media world. If anyone's kind of watching that at the moment, there's this huge famine thinking, which is a little bit ridiculous. And the reason I say that is because you've got a couple of examples that haven't done very well. And one of them was, I was told, was sitting here last year. And that creates a lot of noise. That is the exception rather than the rule. I think you see a lot of businesses out there, and a lot of people talk on Twitter that gaming and esports in Australia is not sustainable. I can tell you right now, we work with 25 different partners. One wasn't sustainable. If you have a good business model, if you know how to commercialize yourself, if you can look at what you can offer to one of the two different audiences. For example, John's business is, they have a great product for the consumer, for gamers. What are they offering to them to draw them in, and they can make money off that? I work more on the side of brands. So what are brands going to be interested in, and what is our business model to bring in brands? It's my job to commercialize this gaming space for those brands, not for them to just stick their hand up and go, you know what, we don't really have a strategy. Can you just take our money and do what you want with it? That doesn't happen. And the successful brands in Australia, and there are many companies like ours that are out there killing it at the moment, because they're understanding either what are we offering either to the audience, right, to gamers, to draw them in, and to, for lack of a better term, take their money, right? Because we're providing them something of value. Or what is something that we can actually help commercialize? What is something that is appealing to different brands, to different groups out there that are looking to spend their money in this space to talk to this gaming audience? And I just wanted to kind of address that, because you see this noise on Twitter, and let me just tell you right now, the people that are talking about that all the time, they're not very successful, and that's why they have the time to do that. The people that are out there that are successful are out there making money. They're doing deals. They don't have time to spend into that because they've got too much opportunity coming their way. And I just want those people out there that are listening, or to hear more of this message, that gaming and esports in Australia and oceanic and globally, but particularly in this market, is having a boom at the moment. So don't let some of those other groups that have taken money in and unfortunately didn't know what they were doing. And it's very easy to spend other people's money. Trust me, we've been offered it, and it's very easy to do that. But you've got to have the right business model. What are you doing with that money to actually make more money, to grow this space, to working with the ecosystem? So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. And sorry, it's a bit of a rant, but it's just been super annoying. I'm sure that everyone here, Darren over there, I'm sure you've heard this kind of stuff at the moment where people are like, oh, one person goes down, why is Australia not sustainable? And everybody else is making money. It's just not as loud voices because we're too busy working.
Yeah, I guess it is more clickbait if a team or league goes down, rather than the 20 or 50 others saying we just had a success. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, do we have time for questions? 10 minutes? Okay. No, that's good. That's good. Okay, so any questions from the audience?
Hi, this goes back to John. Is too much competition between tournaments for those communities? You were talking about not getting more than 100 people turn up onto that Sunday night, for example. This sort of looks reflective of the CSGO scene a couple of years ago. There's so many competitions that are sort of diluting where they focus their attention. Do we have the same kind of challenge? Because are these teams just, there's too much opportunity, they have no sort of one space they're going?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's sort of a riff on what Jake just said, in the sense that my feeling is the biggest problem you've got with esports in terms of growing to the next level is that, to put it simply, most people don't know who to barrack for. So you know, I don't want to make it survey of one, but it just, my son who's 17, I've taken to a few different, big esports events, and he gets super excited. CS:GO, this is awesome, and then that excitement diminishes within about 3 days because he gets home and then doesn't know, well, who do I barrack for? Is there a Melbourne team? Is there a Victorian team? And if I do follow a Chiefs or an Order or whoever it was, which team, which league, what are they playing in? Why is that guy just gone from here to here and then here a week later? So the balkanisation of the whole esports ecosystem, to me, is the biggest problem, is that it's really hard for people to figure out who to follow, what league to follow, what's the official league, what's the real deal, what's the fly-by-night league, and that wrecks a lot of stuff. That makes it really hard, and there needs, I don't know how it happens because it's so messy in the fact that there's so many different games as well, and so many leagues within different games with different divisions and different players and competing organisations. And it'd be very hard to just sweep that with a broom and go, okay, guys, this is the official. And I think that's even happened a few times. And even then it hasn't managed to conquer a particular game. What probably needs to happen in Australia for this to get sorted out is for the publishers of the biggest games to say, we're now launching the official Australian league. And I dare say it might be better to not populate that league with just franchise teams, but to actually populate it with regional teams, like a team that's you can connect to at the local level. Like I barrack for North Melbourne Football Club, and that was part of the fabric of my family and how I grew up and everything else. So I'll barrack for the regional esports team that I've got a connection to, not just FaZe Clan or Team Liquid or whatever. I don't really know, but I like the logo. That's not sticky enough. So I'm ranting now, but there's a few thoughts. I just have a lot of passion about that problem that I think esports faces, is who do you barrack for?
Does anyone else want to add to that?
Obviously echoing everything John says there, and it was a very conscious choice of us to create a league where we as the publisher had control and were effectively creating a structure that created these teams. It got met with a lot of resistance from our community because, obviously, power consolidates at the top, and all of the best players just wanted to make a team with their best friends and all that kind of stuff. But it wasn't healthy for the sustainable growth of the league. And the same with orgs as well. Like, we are in discussions with orgs now, and one of the big parts that they're interested in is they're like, oh yeah, we want to get our branding in, but we still want it to be the Melbourne us, or like the Sydney org or something like that. That local representation has a lot of value to them. And I think in the early stages of a league, if you are rushing, like if you feel like you need orgs involved in your league to make it legitimate, then you're kind of not really seeing the forest for the trees, and then you're adding a whole bunch of different stakeholders with all their different agendas and all that kind of thing, and it's just kind of pulls apart and stretches, what you're trying to do too thin. So yeah, I think there is a lot of value in that state representation, and that's why we chose to do it.
All right. Any more questions? Oh, cool.
Yeah, for the sake of the stream, the question, what was it to take us to the next level. And I think it's just kind of like proving that there is value there first. And growing the league from the bottom up, like, you know, showing value to sponsors through sustained viewership, extended viewership, like translating that from the online space into the physical space. And I think that, you know, like that team advocacy and being able to build fan bases around teams that just came up out of nowhere really helped us and has allowed us to extend that format not only from the top division to a grassroots division, but from ANZ to Japan as well, and now starting to engage higher tier sponsors, more serious organizations within, like, on our terms, basically, which has been great.
Sorry, thank you. I just have a super quick question, a bit out of the box, but with you guys in your different businesses, have you ever had experience or do you see potential to partner with a charity and, yeah, go down that route? I know it's huge in America and charities are making millions and millions from it, but we're just starting to explore streaming and that sort of way of fundraising.
Yeah, absolutely. I can start with that because we have. When we did the LAN for the Premier League, it was the first time we actually made it a paid ticketed event, but the full amount of that ticket was donated to Game on Cancer. And so, you know, we work with them throughout the year. We've done fundraising streams and all that kind of stuff. And so, yes, I would say there is a massive appetite for that in the gaming community, in ANZ in general. And I think it adds another value stream to esports, and, you know, I guess elevating a league. We were discussing this before the panel started, but I think, you know, we are too kind of tunnel focused or on esports for the sake of esports, for competitive, because we're all here, we're all competitive, we love playing against each other in that capacity, but especially in ANZ with a small audience, we need to show how many different ways that esports can communicate value to a brand, to a charity. So having, you know, a content element, a physical and online thing, something that people can raise money for, or casters, like, you know, casters can speak to throughout the stream. Yeah, I think there is a lot of value in that, and it just gives more reason for audiences to engage with your esport, with your brand, with your charity, and for a sustained period of time. Because, you know, most times when you'll see a charity stream or an activation, it's just kind of like one stream, couple of hours. You know, if you're there, you're there. You know, if you've got the money to donate, then you will. But the value of adding charity to esports or any sort of sustained league is that week in, week out, you have the ability to kind of build on that message or you know, differentiate what, you know, the donations can go to or something like that. So it adds a lot of lifetime value to the charity.
And just to add to that as well, we've done some work with charities. I mean, gaming is really set up to work authentically with charities. The reason is because a lot of gaming is crowd-funded. If you look at the biggest tournaments in the world, actually the prize pool comes from the audience watching. Twitch streamers, you know, make most of their money through donations. It's something that where people are familiar with the concept of going, seeing something, and then getting behind it and supporting that. Because remember, gaming was, you know, the bastard child of entertainment for a very long time, and when the audience saw an opportunity to actually support it, they did do that with their money. It could be $1 at a time, but it's something that's really effective. And remember, this audience at Stars are very young and progressive. These are people that want to get behind this, particularly talent. You see it on a lot of streams now and a lot of big groups that are getting behind associating with charities because they know that's something that their audience cares about and will engage with.
Hello. To go off the same John said, to barracking for a team, finding yourself in a team and watching them constantly. I know with North American League of Legends, I could be wrong here, I'm not sure, but with North American League of Legends, the Golden Guardians team are the Golden State Warriors, I believe, the NBA team. Do you think there's a space and an AFL might already do this, but I'm not sure, for the AFL to move and kind of just try and esports teams or esports.
So just because it was kind of cutting out for people at home to hear, that he asked about, is there an opportunity for, say, AFL or different teams in Australia that are from traditional sports to then have their own esports teams? You've seen that try to happen before. It was pretty, it didn't work very well. We had a bit of we worked with the AFL many years ago when they were looking to invest with League of Legends, because we were consulted by Riot to kind of come in and help them with that and look at commercializations. Unfortunately, how do I say this, maybe more diplomatic, they're not really set up for a modern type of ecosystem like esports. One of the benefits of being in the US or North America is that you have massive ecosystems where 330 million people and teams that have billions of dollars that they can kind of then pay for, fund an esports team and let that kind of run a little bit of its own thing, where they're using it to draw in crowds to their larger ecosystem. Here in Australia, it's a lot more complex than just doing that. And unfortunately for traditional sports teams, they really struggle with the way that the power balance works in esports, which is that game publishers hold all the power. If, you know, Jake's company decides that they don't want to have a team in a certain group, or they want to change the rules or do anything like that, they can do that. An AFL team is used to that. The AFL and Channel 7 will tell them the rules year in, year out, and this is exactly how they're going to do it. There is a revenue model that's been in place for many years that they're going to know they're going to take that. The other thing I would say is I don't think that you really want them to do that. I don't think they're equipped here in this market to do that. There are some good players out there, and I'm not trying to shit on everyone or anything like that, but I've just had a lot of experience with traditional sports teams looking into this space, and it creates an inauthentic experience for the audience, and that's a big problem with it. And I just don't know that our ecosystem is big enough that you want to hand that to them, because they're going to try to make it their own rather than build what is existing and popular.
How's it going? Great panel, by the way. My question is in regards to the government, and what has the government done about esports in Australia to help support the ecosystem? There you go.
Okay, I have to think about what I can say, because I've worked with the government directly on certain marketing strategies, so I have to think about this carefully. Look, it's not an area of focus for them, because it's not something they understand. And where we've been brought in before is to create an education for them. A good example of that is that we built something for them for one of their divisions, which it took us 3.5 years of education for them to finally invest in. There aren't many businesses out there, and I almost regret doing it, that would spend 3.5 years building a strategy for a client for them to invest into this space. One of the things that I will say is now that state-based governments are starting to get into this space a lot more. You can kind of see the infrastructure and from those state groups that are looking at it and going, hey, we see an opportunity. Like we're in, Games Week now here in Victoria, which is fantastic, and the support that comes from that. But it's something now that they're starting to realise that they need gaming to communicate. Gaming is such a big ecosystem, and gamers are very hard to reach. It's why brands are investing in this space. And now the government's starting to realise that, hey, if we want to get a government message to this audience, we have to start looking at how do we do that. And one of the things that's really would be authentic for them, and I'd love for them to do, is then to say, well, how do we support this industry here in Australia? It's something that every other nation seems to do really well. And it's tough having watched an organisation like the government who has unlimited funds through to us that could just sprinkle a little bit of that our way and it would build it out. So
You're talking federally initially then?
Initially federally, and then also state-based. Yeah.
Sort of adding to that, we've had lots of government people from around Australia say to us, bring Fortress to this our place, whether it be local government, councils, or state governments. We need a Fortress here. But when you get into the weeds, even begin the first hour of the conversation, it all disappears like fool's gold. There's this talk of grants and all that, and then when you push harder and you go, well, if you really want us, you write a check, like real money to make it happen or fast track it. Oh, no. We've got a tax concession plan we could help you in on, or we've got some consultants who can work with you on some land opportunity. It's like, no. Real money. And that the big disconnect between a conversation with government to get just put money on the table versus ancillary support. So I'm not bitter and twisted about that. It's just the reality. And so I think if for folks listening and thinking about their own businesses or what they want to do in this space, to think that your business model might rely on government grants or government input would just be, I think, a foolish way of planning your business. You really should think, if my business model doesn't stack up irrespective of government input, well, it's not a good business model.
I'll just speak to that quickly from like the publishing perspective. I was at the Australian Game Developer Awards last night, and pretty much every award winner, pretty much every finalist thanked Screen Australia or Vic Screen or, any number of government bodies for providing grants to sustain that game. So I think that's while that's not esports, that's a precursor to esports. You're starting to see a significantly increased level of support for the local games industry. So obviously, we've got to start somewhere. And unfortunately, when it comes to games, we're not going to start with esports. We need to, fund the games that are, basically pushing the Australian industry forward. So I think that's one thing to touch on, that is, while it's not esports, it's a promising precursor. And the success that we're seeing from those grants is just more, I think, emboldening from a government's perspective to continue to dump that money into our industry. The other point I will quickly say around that is that, while there might not be any opportunities for grant funding or anything through esports directly, we can almost reverse engineer that a little bit. Again, leaning into like state-based representation, there are grants that can be given to sports entities if they are representing a certain territory, local area. This is the same in New Zealand as well. So if we develop models that can lean into avenues that will allow, the government to fund us more, even if, we do it under the guise of, well, not under the guise, they are sports teams like that, so if we legitimize that and kind of work within the sports structure that this kind of region has, then there are avenues to get funding through governments in that element too.
I might just add something from the game developer perspective there. So if you were to have a game developer panel about this topic, they would compare game funding to screen funding, so films, etc. And so games still have quite a way to go to get the same kind of support as film does. And I think it is catching up over time. And I think esports, like you said, is trailing that, but it will come. Okay, that's it. We're wrapping up the panel. Thank you for our panelists. We really appreciate you coming. Round of applause. And thank you everyone for turning up, and everyone online as well. Yeah.
Welcome everyone to panel 2 of the Australian Esports Association's Esports Australia Summit. This one's going to be esports in schools. I've got these awesome panelists with me. Amy Lau, who started in esports, team manager at Chiefs Esports Club, plus many things before that. Too long to list here this time. Like 17 references on LinkedIn or something. And then worked at Marsland College, assisted with their esports club setting up there, and now works at ACU. Yeah, correct. And then we also have Luke Dela Cruz, who came all the way from Sydney. So welcome. And when I met him, he was working at Cath West Innovation College, had established their esports club and did a really incredible job there. So amazing work. And now works for the Catholic Diocese of Parramatta.
Yeah, that's right. As a education technology partner. So I've only just started about 4 weeks ago.
Okay, awesome. And then we have Dr. Matthew Harrison, who has written a book on esports in education. So, he's a senior lecturer at Melbourne University. That's correct. Perfect. Memory's doing really good right now. And so such a wealth of knowledge from all the research he's done on the ground. And if you haven't seen his book, go get it. I've read it. It's fantastic. It carries so much information now for this space. So we're just going to kick off. We did run a little bit late in the last panel, and this one's probably going to drag over, and then we're eating until lunch. So I don't think anyone wants to miss that, right? I think the first burning question for anyone who is tuning into this panel, when we think of esports in schools, is first off, how does it get there? And I'm going to start with you, Luke, since you built a club, and then we'll move from there.
Look, for us with our journey started with remote learning about 2021. So we had to come up with a way with how do we get these kids engaged on a Zoom. Like we didn't have kids joining on a Zoom, but they were still playing games. They were still having chats. So we had to come up with a very acceptable way. So we started with, okay, let's play Rocket League. Let's jump in. I jumped in playing myself, and that started something. And then eventually, a couple of months later, we found out that AEL ran a high school tournament with Rocket League. So I said, let's jump in, let's register. First term didn't do so well. Second term, we jumped in and we actually won overall. What that then envisaged from there is we had kids that now we had a school that's jumping on board with esports. It's accepted. Now, how do we sort of sustain this? So we built a club. So the club became a conversation. Let's pick up and play games. It didn't have to be competitive. We rotated games between Rocket League, Mario Kart, Just Dance, even OSU, like different games that were free to play, to really try and get kids engaged, because we didn't want to have kids that are outside in the classroom just sitting by themselves. And by having these opportunities, that allow them, I have a friend, I can build a tribe where there's like-minded individuals. And then from there, it just became, let's get a jersey. Let's try and build this as professionally as we can. And then starting to build pathways. So really linking with industry, linking with, okay, what are the opportunities for post-further study? So content streaming, creative industries, IT, because we found that gaming in Australia is a small sort of building, developing culture. But really for our parents and our key stakeholders, it was like, well, what's the learning involved? How does that connect? And then really setting these kids up for post-future pathway. Yeah.
I guess drawing from my experience as a teacher and how esports came into the school that I worked with was a little bit different. So coming from my esports background, I've always been a huge advocate for pushing these the esports in schools anyway. But I found that maybe at least a couple of years ago, there was a lot more pushback from parents, from schools, because I guess the stigma of seeing video games and esports in general is still that horrible picture of your kid in the basement being completely antisocial, not showering for days. And I guess that's still the image that still exists in a lot of people's minds. So for us, the irony was that our success came from COVID. So I guess that's us making something good of a really horrible situation where we saw that AEL was offering tournaments. And I put this forward saying, kids aren't on the field. They can't have access to any traditional sports. And what can we actually do to engage students, because there's no interaction. They're sad. They can't leave their houses. They can't even go kick a footy in the park. That's what they would do every single day. So when we started that, it was just a solo one-woman mission at an all-boys school. And I think it really proved a point. And going back, like, parents, schools need to see that at the end of the day, it's about the kids. And just a simple push of getting kids to sign up, I was overwhelmed. And I guess that was all that school, to this specific school, needed to see, oh my gosh, we can really start something here, because for the first time when kids are so disengaged with school, there's no interactivity, they're excited again. They're willing to actually put some effort into something and just be excited for something. So, and going back to what Luke said, I think starting it now is quite easy, but sustaining it is the big challenge. And then we're all trying to solve on how we can sustain this across schools, especially if with teachers. They might not necessarily be teachers who are very well-versed in esports. So how can we educate teachers to therefore sustain it in schools?
Thank you. All right. That's so special because, like, for me, it's all about building things, right? And grassroots is the frontier of esports. We heard from the last panel, there's challenges and, you know, is it commercial? How do you get brands and all that kind of stuff? But for me, it's the students. It's the players. They drive it. And so a burning question for me, and Matt, I think you can absolutely help us kick it off, is what are the benefits that, you know, esports is providing not only the students themselves from participating, but I guess as an educational institute for the schools?
Yeah, I think just listening to Amy and Luke, it's really quite powerful to hear about the effects of social inclusion and the idea around participation and collaboration are the really key ways that we can talk to school leaders and just make sure that they understand the benefits. And I think it's the language we use that really helps when we're talking to principals and parents and talking in terms of outcomes. If we talk about collaboration, for example, it's thinking, how do we measure that? How do we show this growth? But there's also the engagement factor. I think, Amy, you were talking about that. And that was it's such an easy sell for so many schools in this day and age. So I agree, it has become a lot easier. When I first started doing gaming and esports groups, it really was pockets. But we see now a department-wide in Victoria push towards esports through Minecraft, for example. So it's really cool. I think there's a shift in thinking and a shift in understanding of what the values of games.
And just to really add on that, like we've got schools that are consistently using Minecraft, and we've used Minecraft at CAF West to, let's start with a build challenge. Let's use Minecraft to actually demonstrate your learning, collaborate, get multiple people on your server to really show how can we demonstrate our learning using labs, using the various reports, documenting it to the point where they're now screen recording their experience on Minecraft, where that's where we can then start to build. Okay, sorry. Sorry about that. To really start documenting and then going towards that road where I can now stream my experience when it comes to Minecraft. I can then eventually become a content streamer. And then starting to really build these grassroots levels where they can, if they wish to, go further and beyond professionally, or they can try and build those skills where they can become that next big content streamer. They can be that big next Rocket League player or whatever they want to be. But if they can't, well, schools have the ability to really educate and really build those skills. So whether it's IT, whether it's how do I market this, how do I go into creative industries, because all of this is within the esports industry. Like people think gaming is gaming and that there's no future beyond that if I just have an interest in gaming. The challenge for schools is get an understanding of what this can evolve into and really either find out or really get industry to come into school and really can either provide the sell or show this is what the future could look like for that student or for that particular parent where they're on the fence. Do I support this career? Or do I convince them that I need them to go into a traditional pathway where there is a guaranteed paycheck, in a way?
And I might just quickly add in terms of benefits, like I think it's very, very easy to talk about benefits when you just speak about how it directly affects the kids. So if we go back to the Australian curriculum, numeracy, literacy, like ICT. I think beginning with ICT, I think we think that we call it the Zoomer generation, or even like my generation, the millennials. Like we think that ICT is quite like what's the word? Like it's like common sense, but it's actually not. I think that once parents can see, there's always that fear of like, oh, is my kid using the internet correctly? They're talking to these people in games who they don't know. So I think the benefits here come from just teaching students how to use that technology wisely. So if we bring it back to the benefits, it's about numeracy. How can kids communicate effectively and safely online? Benefits, emotional empathy. If you're playing in a team, especially in esports, it's the same thing. High pressure environments, you're going to have challenges within your team. How do you learn to communicate effectively? How do you show accountability for your actions, for your teammates? So I think when you, bridge this language between, Zoomer and Boomer sports and traditional and esports, once you make that comparison, it's exactly the same benefits of traditional sports with communication, teamwork, empathy, accountability. And I think that once you bridge that gap, a lot of parents and schools actually see that and go, hey, my kid doesn't necessarily enjoy traditional sports, but he's in his computer for hours of the day. How can we actually make this beneficial if it's already so part of their world?
Just to add to what Amy said there as well, there's opportunities for feedback here as well, because there's always going to be a winner and there's always going to be a loser, and unfortunately we can't be winners in life consistently. But with esports, there's an acceptance on, okay, I haven't picked the right character, so let's look at the analysis of that and look at, okay, what characters should we have picked for that beginner player where I can just button mash versus that player where he knows how to use those characters. But then you can look at the mechanics of that player AI and say, why is that character moving in a certain way? So let's look at, say, New South Wales, where you've got software design and development and programming. Well, let's then break down that character and then actually dive into it. But also looking recently with the Optus hack, there's an opportunity to teach kids here about cybersecurity, about username and passwords here, the amount of passwords they've got to all their various accounts, cryptocurrency. We can build all that and use their interests in this field to really tap into these really complex issues or complex topics in a way that really engages that student. Because traditional means of education isn't really engaging these kids. These kids are disengaged, they're staying at home, and if there's no buy-in for them to come to school, why would they come to school? So if they have an opportunity where they can showcase their talents, their abilities to do success in this sort of form, supported by schools, they'll be like, I can do this, and see that transformation in their application to all key learning KOAs or key learning of areas where these skills are quite transferable and adaptable. So if there is success there and we can do it, the kids are there.
Thanks, Luke. You just reminded me I have to change my driver's license. But I think the idea of meaningful is really important. And we talk about, collaboration, those underlying discrete skills like expressive language, receptive language, we know are essential for academic learning. Providing a meaningful and familiar context. The kids that I tend to work with are autistic or neurodivergent, and this is such a powerful avenue to work on those oral language skills in a meaningful, culturally responsive way. They want to practice their skills. We know for many of the kids that I work with and many of the kids that probably teachers in the audience work with, skill acquisition is one challenge, but practice of those skills in a meaningful context is really challenging. Esports is such a great space for those language skills to be used and practiced in a way that they can build on their strengths. It's just such an exciting avenue.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, that's so amazing, because this actually leads me to one of the points that I wanted to bring up around participation. I mean, I sit outside of education. I sort of come into the space. Like I said, I like to build things. And I saw building a high school league was one of those critical pieces of the esports puzzle, especially for Australia. And, you know, it leads into every success of our pro space, or people turning up in arenas and being fans and all that kind of stuff. And I heard a lot of feedback from educators about participation. Oh, you know, it's so good that our students who may not have participated in the rugby season are participating in this. And so when we think of participation for these students, I've got a hard-hitting question that I think would be great for each of you to sort of maybe give your feel on. But does esports have a place at school alongside other sports clubs and so on? Does it have a place in the education curriculum for students to, you know, and they sit there and say, oh, I'm going to go do chess, and then I'm going to do esports, or I'm going to do swimming, and I'm going to do... Does it have a place there?
I think, again, just from my perspective and what I've seen in 3 months, just having a little tournament run for 3 months, definitely. Because, again, if we talk about all these other clubs, the traditional clubs, chess, rugby, footy, I think that with esports, perhaps the hardest thing is getting maybe a proper facility in a school. That's probably the hardest thing. But I don't think it's impossible, considering there are many schools in Victoria alone who already have dedicated esports labs and and clubs in their schools, but they just maybe don't necessarily know how to utilize that space. So I think, again, once we talk to parents, talk to schools about the benefits, and we can highlight that, you know, little Johnny's going to be, you know, playing this game with his teammates, and it's not just mindless gaming, because in a club we're teaching him teamwork, we're teaching him how to communicate, we're teaching him accountability, and there's that element of competitiveness which I think that all of us actually do love, whether we like playing, whether we like watching. So I think that there's definitely a place for it, and maybe sidetracking a bit if they see like, oh, then he or she is just gonna wanna dedicate his entire time to this, and he's not gonna wanna study. Same thing that we do in schools. If you're not arguably performing in your other areas academically, well, maybe you can't play footy then. Maybe you can't go to your Valorant tournament then. Same thing. So I think it definitely applies in that same sense, that if we look at gaming and esports as not this alien concept that's so different from all these traditional activities, it's actually the same, but we just need the support and therefore need the people to facilitate it in schools.
And just to add to Amy's there as well, like, one challenge, yes, is the facilities. The other challenge is getting access, because a lot of schools' internet, there's a lot of blockage in terms of access to Steam, access to certain websites that run these games. But what we found with esports is we start with the well-being and say, look, if I've got a kid that consistently is in the esports club, but he consistently turns up late, what I say to that kid is, sorry mate, I'm not going to let you inside into the esports media room until you actually show that you can actually get to school on time. And so it's like, he freaked out and said, oh crap, I can't go in. And then the next day, he actually rocked up half an hour early to school, just so he can go into the esports club and be part of the experience. The other side to it is, with esports, with well-being, they go hand in hand, because, you know, at home, there's so much screen time. Parents have challenges being able to moderate and control that. But what we're finding is, by giving them time and energy at school, they're actually saying, I don't want to play games at home, I want to do my study and do my classwork, because they've actually had their taste and had their feed of gaming because they're with their friends in a way that's supportive. They don't need to do that at home again, because they've had that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so exciting to hear. I was always that kid who was 10 minutes late. I lived across the road from my school, so I had no excuse. But in terms of, the benefits, and I know this is talking about where the place of esports is in school. I do feel like sometimes particularly in Australia recently, we underplay the role of joy in school. And I hear these arguments that, look at studies that talk about the impact of learning a musical instrument on numeracy or literacy. And I heard someone say, why do we care? Why is there not joy in learning a musical instrument by itself? I see it like learning how to do a Zerg rush properly, a Zergling rush in StarCraft. There's joy in that. And I think our kids, sometimes we think how we can optimize the systems of learning so they become as efficient learners as possible. They lose the fact that we're working with 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 16-year-olds who need joy, like all of us. And so there's a place for, there is a place for learning quadratic equations. There's also a place for learning about your Zergling rush.
I'll just touch on one last thing. Again, maybe more about gaming than specifically esports, but again, as you said, it's a precursor. Like, I piloted a year 7 Minecraft program in English where we get the boys to create a picture storybook of an ancient civilization. But I said, okay, let's try something different. I'm surprised the school still let me do it to this day. I think there was too many things going on. They just let me pilot this program. Where instead of creating a physical picture storybook, we created it in Minecraft. And I found that I didn't have to do any of the work. That sounds terrible. No, but I was still teaching narrative, story, you were just the facilitator. Exactly. And giving them an opportunity. And I felt that, this is what we're talking about being self-taught learners, that there's this increasing desire, this joy to learn. It's not because someone is trying to make them do it, but there's this hunger, like, how do I create that? What's the best way to do that? They were learning coding on their own. These boys were so excited to show me their projects. And sure, I've dabbled in Minecraft. I love Minecraft, but I was like, okay, you guys are light years ahead of me. I'm just going to sit back and you tell me, but I'll help you with the English aspect, the narrative, where they would, again, they found different and creative ways to tell these amazing stories, and you could walk through this storybook. So again, I know this is more just about games than esports first, but again, this is year 7s who have these amazing ideas. They're so proud to show them off, and why are we not utilizing this hunger and this interest to for them to be facilitated learners?
It goes both ways, right? Like, just listening to the three of you talk about it, it kind of triggers a lot of memories for me. I was the captain of my school's athletics team for a period of time, and I remember there were kids who, our school forced you into something. You got to pick a sport and you got to pick an extracurricular, like music or something. Yeah, right. And so there'd be kids who just jump into athletics and they're just doing it because they have to, right? And the next minute they're like throwing a javelin or they're running, and they're like so impressed by their physical capability or what some new thing they've learned. And the same thing happens in esports, right? So I'm going to pick on a game called Dota 2, which is, Minecraft's like Lego. It's like putty, right? You can just do whatever. And we've run Minecraft comps, and people we go, oh, you got to build your school, and they'll come back and you'll like explore what they've built, and they've created little cool rooms, and you're like, whoa, what did you do there? And like they've done things I have no idea. But then I was talking to some students who are playing Dota 2, and like they get frustrated because the game, five players versus 5. Yeah. And then you've got team composition, communication. Like, you got to work, you got to be in sync, you got to strategize, because every character has different skills and contributions. And then there's the pressure of the other team always pressing you. So I sort of think of it like in rugby. You've got the ball and you can try, but the other team's going to knock you out. So you've got that pressure of constantly avoid the other team, move the ball forward. Same thing in Dota. And the students were just like so frustrated. Oh, it's so hard. This sucks. I suck at it. And they're getting frustrated. And I said, hey, just take a step back. In Dota 2, you can do anything you want. You can play any character, choose any combination of items, and you can make them play how you want in the game. And just encouraging the students to realize the creativity they have in the program, and their gameplay just transformed overnight. Genuinely just like improved vastly. They're having a lot more fun with it, and they're exploring with it. And I think that's like something really special that just came out of that I want to touch on.
And just to really add to that, like, that's what I've seen in Rocket League. like the creativity in some of the players to set up these goals. I'm like, they're analysing it because luckily at CAF West, we've got this interactive board where you can really annotate. They're actually going through step by step. How do we set up this play? How do we get the players into position? Because that's outside thinking, outside the box. Because in normal traditional teaching, sometimes it's very hard and difficult to get them thinking creatively. Whereas in esports, they have to do that. It's like in CSGO, you've got to really set up the play to really get that endpoint. Same in Rocket League, same in most of the sports that we've got in the AEL. The kids have to really communicate, really plan it out, and then really set up the play. Yeah.
And I think it's joy, right? Like all of that is precursors to the joy they're having from participating in the sport of gaming, right? All right, so next question. I'm gonna look at it from 2 points. First off, what resources do schools need, internally or from maybe Department of Education, from government support, or from, I know a lot of private schools are in groupings, like we have Catholic schools, they're in Catholic groupings. What kind of resources do they need to then go, I'm looking at esports now, how do we get in and how do I deliver the best thing for my students?
So really for us, it's two things. We need IT support is first and foremost, because we need to be able to get them to open up certain particular network ports, access to websites. But then in terms of the resources on the ground, it's really interesting because once we said to the student body, like we're going to be starting an eSport club, the amount of handheld consoles we saw being brought in, we saw Xboxes coming in. It's like sometimes the kids bring it themselves, but then from a school's perspective, it depends on what game you want to play. Like consoles are great, so Switches, lots of learning opportunities from there, but also PCs. We used this as a student passion project where students had to research what computer parts that they need to play certain games, and we actually turned that into a learning experience where let's build a computer as part of the esports program here. So not only are they playing the game, but having to also build the resources behind it to actually get it up and running as well.
Now, there may be some from the Department of Education watching this, so I've never personally done this myself, but the beauty of a personal hotspot on your phone, and you can get around a lot of those network controls. We actually have to do this at Melbourne Uni. We have esports, and they still will not let me connect to Battle.net, and I'm the director of student experience, and there's some security block on me accessing Battle.net, but hotspots get around that. I hypothetically know that you can definitely do this in schools as well. The idea of getting students with their devices around a hotspot as well, there's so much of rich learning around digital systems, digital technologies curriculum. And you can say, okay, what is blocking us on the network? Why does it work on my phone? Where does this bypass on the system? You map it out in a process flow, and you can see exactly how to work around these networks. But from that point you made earlier around digital security, they understand why these things are in place. You can have a conversation. What is the supposed benefit of having this block? And then you can have a really rich discussion around digital citizenship and understanding digital systems, direct links to the curriculum.
We work with the Office of eSafety, and that could be such a good lesson or something to really talk about, well, why are those systems blocking that? What's the eSafety, component to that? And this is also why we're going to get around it because, and these are the measures we're using to keep the safe environment. Did you have anything to add, Amy?
Maybe this is slightly segueing from cybersecurity and the systems part, but I think if we talk about maybe government schools, okay, because I feel like, again, they might not necessarily have access to funding like a lot of independent or Catholic schools, but again, maybe kids can bring their own consoles. I think going back to esports and not just gaming, in esports you need competition, you need competitors. So it's not very easy to just say okay, this school has a really successful esports club, but who are they playing against? So I think a a conversation needs to actually happen where, I don't know, I'm just trying to pull this out of thin air, that maybe pilot a few schools, few government schools, say like, we'll provide funding for these amount of schools and they will be in a league. Because then from there, if they can measure that success, and I have this feeling it will be a success because we have the kids and it's all about participation. We are not short of that. The kids are jumping at the opportunities. So if we hypothetically, or the government, sets up a hypothetical pilot program of a couple of schools, I think they will be able to see the sheer participation and the success and how kids will be enthusiastic again. Because again, you can start a club, but who are they going to play against? We need that competition. They want to play against other schools. They want a chance to wear their school jerseys and represent. So I think maybe that's one way the government could try and pilot something by creating a sphere for a few schools to compete. Create that platform for them.
That's such a good seed you've planted for panel 3, recognizing esports and government involvement and stuff. But it actually is a great lead into the other side of the coin. What can esports, or call it community, do for schools to really help bring esports? I feel like you kind of answered it a lot, but as an industry, what kind of resources can be provided or assistance that would help schools kind of bridge the gaps you're talking about?
For us, really, it was that. So really saying to students, because a lot of the time with technology, it's a constant. A lot of the esport players, they upgrade and invest heavily in their gear. So rather than having it sitting collecting proverbial dust at home, having that downstream effect where it goes back down to schools, because schools are very, I'd say, very strategic in where they resource facilities, they resource certain subjects, but these really niche extracurricular areas that we want to do, like esports, it's very hard to get the funding. So that's where esports and the general industry can come in and say, look, we've got older gear, it doesn't really meet our needs, it still works, give it a good clean. Schools can definitely utilize it. I've been very appreciative from the industry because we've had a couple of the OCE teams helping out to really provide some of that tech because students can definitely utilize it. It's still really good gear. It's industry gear, and that's what their heroes are using. So that helps.
And also, when I was a teacher, again, because most of my friends are still in the esports industry, each time any of my previous players from the Chiefs are back in town, I used to invite them to schools, with the permission of the school, of course, saying, hey, I would love for the boys to give the students a talk. And even though, again, because it's so niche still, like the students don't necessarily know who these players are. Some might then do, but they think, oh, who's this person? There's that sense of intrigue already. What is this person? They're wearing a jersey. It looks like a sports jersey. And, oh, they play Valorant too. They play League of Legends too. I play those games. And I find that even though maybe the conversation is not necessarily centered around esports first, but they're talking about well-being, how to have a healthy lifestyle, how to talk about regulation, how to talk about taking care of yourself. It's like being a professional athlete. You have to take care of your body as well. So I think my students really benefited from those talks because, sure, I mean, they see it as an opportunity to get out of the classroom first. Oh, what is this fancy new thing that we're going to the lecture hall for? But again, you're gauging their interests, and the esports industry then is giving back by talking about real-world benefits and what it's actually like. They're not just, again, behind a computer screen. There's, oh, that's a real person, and he or she is doing this professionally. And how can I translate, and how can I relate to this? So I think that's really, really important.
I think there's also an interesting flip side to your question, Darren, is what can the esports industry get out of schools? And I looked to the AFLW and what they did in investing in a lot of local grassroots football clubs trying to grow the game of AFL for female or gender non-binary players. And the broader the pyramid, the better quality of the cream at the top in terms of your elite athletes. And it's the same for esports. The more school clubs there are, the more people who see it as a viable pathway and a legitimate, use of their time, like football or other uses of other sports, the more you're going to have an elite program at the top. And I think that's really, the AFLW has got a really nice blueprint about how AEL or other groups can support schools, and it actually flows back in. It's like a feedback loop, comes back into school in the elite end of the spectrum. We'll actually get more players coming through, and it will increase Australia as a competitive environment for esports. So it's a really nice sort of circular thing. You can see it, you can be it, like I was saying, having elite players come to schools, more people become interested, and then hopefully Australia, we increase our national, ranking and prominence as an esports hub.
And just to add there, like the AEL's been amazing. Like from the first term back in 2021, they had 6 schools. By the end of the year, we jumped to 32 schools. Come 2022, we were having 40 plus schools. We had, I think, nearly 50 players just in Super Smash Brothers individually. So these guys had to play for a couple of hours on a Saturday, but then, it was exciting for them because they got live streams, they got attention. Students from their school and the communities were actually following that. So, and thanks to the AEL, and I know I'm giving a big rap to Darren here as well, but it's thanks to these organisations where we know what schools are really involved, and we are now starting to network with those schools, starting to form our own links. Because sometimes we think we're the only pioneer, we're the only ones doing it. But now with various organisations trying to create their own leagues, especially for the high school scene, we now know we can find opponents, we can do scrims and really set this up. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Luke. If anyone doesn't know, I also am the director of the Australian Esports League. Just to capture that, I've got one more question because we'll wrap it up into Q&A, but just to capture what was just talked. For us at the association and for us as a country, we have 2 burning questions. Every year we source national teams that go to the International Esports Federation's World Championships, and now we also have the Global Esports Games. And then obviously, players are finding their own ways into the League of Legends World Championships or the Rocket League World Championships and so on. But we also have a Commonwealth Games problem now. We have an Olympics problem. Soon we will need to be able to have a sophisticated way to look for talent in the country and give them that pathway up. And not only just that as a competitor, there's all the other careers building around it from film, AV, tournament admin, marketing, all that kind of stuff. And I feel for me, esports is breathless. Like we're racing, and you just don't have enough oxygen to keep the race going. It's like there's so much work to be done. There's so much to build, and so it's all of that. It just comes in. It goes both ways. We can get so much from schools, and then we can give so much to schools as well and to students, which is a great segue into the final question, which I really want. I think Matt, if you can start it because you might have the most to offer there. There's 2 ways to look at it. What are the negatives or the risks of esports coming to schools? And then what are the negatives of risks if esports doesn't come to schools?
Yeah, I think in terms of the risks, there's perceived risks and there's real risks. We've talked about some of the perceived risks, and I think they're quite easy to address when we look at evidence. And we look at a lot of the great research happening now around esports. We can see that how we can find a language that's research-based, evidence-based, to talk with school leaders and talk to parents and really explain that there are all these perceived benefits. The risks in terms of real risks, and as we talk about leagues becoming more competitive, and Amy touched on this earlier, it becomes a very elitist and social exclusionary thing, where we have a look at the AFL now, and most of the players drafted are coming from independent, wealthy schools, and those players are basically being taken away from rural schools like where I went to city schools on scholarships and going to 10 schools really in Victoria. And I guess from the term of risk, it's really about how we make sure that we support schools across geographical locations, across socioeconomic status, and make sure that everyone has a means for access and some sort of support network to make sure that players who are really showing talent can remain in their communities. They don't come across to these elitist private schools. And it's about that equity question is really the biggest risk for me.
I think for me, the biggest risk is just giving that transparency to families and key stakeholders and what are the pathways? Because unfortunately, there aren't those very clear defined pathways from schools going into posts within to support these careers. And I think the other biggest challenge is how do we combat the negative stigma that we get from media? Because we have a lot of negativity about too much screen time, the violence in games, but we don't really hear a lot of the positive stories about what has esports done to actually get kids back into the classroom, to get kids excited about learning and wanting to be in schools. Because those are the stories I want to hear, and I have lots of those stories to tell, but we don't hear a lot of that because what I've got to try and continually combat with key leadership teams, other colleagues, and say, why are we putting investment in gaming or esports? What do I have to send my kids out of my classroom that I've got certain hours I've got to meet in a particular subject? What do I have to send them to your class and they just do whatever? I've got to combat those naysayers that say, look, this is what the kids are actually doing. This is really on their bat because this is what they want to do. And I'm supporting that learning and the skills that they're developing because those skills translate to real outcomes that they'll actually need for post-success in any career, whether that's critical thinking skills, creative thinking skills, collaboration, literacy, IT, because as a country, those are our shortages. We have a massive shortage in IT, and if I remember my experience as an IT student, my IT experience as a student was pretty boring. I learned from a textbook because my teacher just didn't adapt to really excite that career for me. But with esports and what that eventuates and what that can evolve for these students, that excites them and they're really keen to really supply and really feed to support the industry now in multiple areas.
And I guess just kind of echoing what both of you have said, like the risk of not capitalizing on this interest in gaming and esports with students is the fact that, again, going back to all the baseline conversations of communication, teamwork, empathy, everything, that and the stigma surrounding video games, that the risk is that if we don't capitalize on this, it's going to be cyclical. We're going to keep having this same conversation on video games are bad, violent, cause this and that. I mean, how many times have we come across a news article saying, is video games do they truly lead to violent behavior? How many times have we seen that in the past decade alone? And I feel that's a conversation that's just not growing. It's just cyclical. It's the same thing over and over again. So the risk is that we're just having the same conversations and we're not doing anything about it. And again, with kids these days, like screen time, whether it's even mobile games, like, competitive mobile games like Wild Rift, League of Legends, the League of Legends mobile game, all these things, like everyone has a screen in their pocket, adults, kids, and if we don't talk about this, it's already so part of everyone's world, whether it's your friend, your kid, your anyone, the person next to you, everyone's kind of playing games. But if we don't have this conversation, we're going to, again, risk just repeating the same toxic conversations and not solving it. So that's just my opinion, though.
All right, we'll move into a short 10 minutes of Q&A. If anyone has any questions, but I'm going to need your help, Brendan, to take the mic to them. Because I'm sitting here.
Hi, I'm Georgie. I'm really excited about this space because I'm a parent of a 9-year-old who plays games, and I'm also in the welfare space professionally. So I unfortunately missed the first part of the panel, so apologies if you covered that. But I was just wondering, with going into the schools, was the mental health and wellness incorporated into that, and some education and knowledge for both students and parents? Is that part of reaching out into the schools?
I could start off, I guess. For us, that's our starting point. It's really because before we get any buy-in from our parents and teachers is what are the mental health issues? Because really, parents are struggling to be able to really set those boundaries. And as a school, we have a responsibility. We need to really build skills and those foundational skills for success. So for us, it was having that knowledge, whether that was webinars to actually explain why and the context of why we're doing an esports team. Before we looked at competition, before we looked at anything else, first and foremost, our reason for esports and getting it up was we wanted kids to really re-engage with their learning. Kids were isolated during COVID, like they had no means of going out playing football. They're in this space, so esports was the best way to really engage with that, and then the rest of it then lock into place with the learning opportunities, getting them excited about their learning, but then evolving it into their interest areas related to various key learning areas that we've still got to meet with any educational jurisdiction, whether it's New South Wales curriculum, Victoria, etc. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a really important question, Georgie. I think you might have missed it at the start, but I work predominantly with kids who are autistic or neurodivergent, and I use a slightly different angle. I use the Disability Discrimination Act, and then the disability stands for education, and that the kids are entitled to a right to an adjustment and a reasonable accommodation. And we know that that includes social as well as academic environment accommodations. So when schools are asking me in my professional role as coordinator of autism intervention at the Melbourne Graduate School of Education, what can they do to be able to ensure these kids are socially supported? So esports is, for some or many of the kids I work with, is such an easy starting point. Of course, it's not everything, but it provides a safe space at lunchtimes and a space where they can build from their strengths and interests as a starting point. And then you can use that to have other evidence-based wellbeing interventions.
And I guess touching on with the program that I ran last year with Valorant, with another school, and then with AEL as well with Rocket League, even in the time of COVID, I still had to sell this idea of well-being and how it benefits students. And, you know, having the permission, you know, to sit with the kids on Discord and listen to those conversations is something that I had to be quite delicate with, because, you know, that's essentially communicating outside school hours, and I had to make sure that I was doing my part as a teacher as well, while still, you know, doing targeted teaching of like effective communication. So just, again, having to sell that it's all about the students, it's about well-being, it's about being able to, you know, control your emotions in already such a stressful situation with COVID, and let alone in the game. So being able to do that and just listening to the kids talk on comms after the game, evaluate, all right, you know, let's reflect on this. You know, we're not necessarily angry at each other. We self-reflect, let's analyze. So again, it's touching back to that critical thinking, that idea of self-reflection, the opportunity for feedback as teachers to really facilitate those conversations. Because I think, again, it's quite like, kids talk about it already, but they might not necessarily be talking about it in the most healthy way. You know, they might be flaming each other, they might be toxic. So how can we teach them how to have these healthy conversations? Because again, as you said, it's going to translate to real world situations in any industry, any real life situation, not real life, but any real world situations that you do encounter.
Just to add to that, we've had challenges getting kids to accept lesson feedback, because they don't take criticism really well, unfortunately. Like, they've got to be getting those A's or getting those like positive affirmations, with doing things like in esports, it's that gentle conversation that yes, you're going to have a winner, yes, you're going to have a loser, but if you do lose, it's okay. Look, because there's always going to be that feedback that we can go through and explain why and how. And we've seen them really accept feedback from other teachers as well in other learning areas, because there's also that challenge of being able to regulate your emotions. Like the amount of times I've heard on watching Twitch streams, banging of the keyboards, having to, on that wave mic, just slide your finger over so you can just go mute. Like kids, they get very engaged and very passionate. Yes, that's a great word, passionate. And now I'm starting to see they're now passionate about their learning. And our entry point was we looked at well-being before anything else. Yeah.
I think it comes back to participation, right? Like, I think of equality or equal access for everybody in forming social networks, right? And most people have they can play games via the phone and so on, but esports gives them a club, which becomes a social network, a sense of community, and that team that they join becomes a social pillar, and then they have belonging, yeah, like I said, and then, there's also a space for sharing. It becomes trusted, they're learning, so they've got their coach or they've got their captain or their teammates where they can sort of have that safe space to either share what they're going through, live life and go through this experience, and then go to their team and say, oh, I'm going through this, and have that team that's going to support them. And, it's that space that's sort of special that esports also provides for people who may not have found that elsewhere. Yeah.
Okay, next question. In terms of the financial investments for schools, there can be a big upfront cost for PCs and peripherals, especially when you include the equipment needed for streaming and casting and those kind of wider careers. Do you think that's viable for schools at the moment, or should they be looking at maybe the future of cloud-powered gaming, assuming the NBN get their shit together and we can support it?
That's a really good question, and it comes back to the point I was making earlier about equality. I am a huge Nintendo nerd, and the Switch is a great esports platform. I know you talked earlier about Smash, and the idea that you can have one screen, which most schools will have a projector with a HDMI out, a Switch, and some Pro controllers, or some of the GameCube controllers, the adapters, if you're a purist. Yeah. And that's all really you need to get started. And I think starting around those low-cost options, you can still have a high-quality esports experience. You can get your, $6,000 gaming rigs if you want. I'm showing my age now. I actually worked with a group of kids playing the original StarCraft, and we used some old iMacs and an old LAN system, and this was in the mid-2000s, and that got around the network issue, but also it talked about the equality issue, that we all had the same computer, the same mice provided through donations. So you don't have to have the latest and greatest hardware in games necessarily. You can go to the classics. As a Warcraft 2 fan, I would think that's a really good way to start with RTS games. And then you can, hopefully fundraise and access other grant opportunities, and you can go to more modern hardware. I think AEL should have a retro division. I would definitely enter a team.
And I think just adding to that as well, at the end of the school year, sometimes, or end of the semester, I would bring my Switch in to the boy. I would always dangle this carrot and saying the best performing class will get the Switch at the end of the year. And I just bring my own Switch. All I needed was a PowerPoint, HDMI to connect to the projector. I had 4 controllers, and that was it. We would run our own little brackets online, just have a friendly competition in the classroom itself. And then we talked about, those other opportunities within esports, like casting and everything. I said, boys, even they just want to, the kids these days have better phones than us, so even just recording that, they can stream from their phones as well. They wanted to cast their games, and we do have, in the school I worked with, we had, an elective called sports writing, where when we ran these esports competitions, the boys actually came to us and said, instead of covering traditional sport, can we cover the esports stuff? I'm like, go ahead. And they would, they would try their own podcast, they would record with their phones. So I think, again, we don't, as you said, we don't need these $6,000 gaming rigs. A lot of the things the kids already have. And as you said, we just need maybe a console, a few controllers to get started. At the end of the day, it's all about participation.
And just adding to that as well, like, all it takes is a console. Like, a lot of the kids themselves have a Nintendo Switch. So what it took was, like Amy's experience, I brought in my own Switch, and it happened to be one of those special edition Switches. But it's not an advocation for Nintendo. Like, the reason we picked Nintendo Switches is it's accessibility. That's 100% right. But it also is local play. So it means no internet access. I don't have to go through the IT. The only time I have to go through IT is when I need to do online play, when I need to compete against an external score. But games like Just Dance, that's G and PG, Super Smash Brothers, PG, I think, from memory. Yeah, Mario Kart, these are all plug-and-play games. Rocket League, that's free. So really what it comes down to, the initial startup costs in most instances is zero, because most of the time the kids have the games and they just want to bring it in an accepted and a safe environment. But then from there, the schools can say, well, hang on a sec, rather than the kids bringing in their own gear and then going into, well, there might be a scratch here or they might break it, and then there's all that insurance and compensation. Let's start getting our own switches and having school-sanctioned equipment and then going from there.
The other great thing about Switch is cart-based. And they're saying about the discs, yeah, that's actually quite, we have told schools to shy away from digital downloads because it's locked to one device, whether it's a PS5 or a Switch, and go into a cart-based system so you can share libraries. I know there's a few schools that will share libraries like a small network. So you say, we'll have Just Dance this term, and then we'll pass it on, and you give us a copy of Smash. It's like an exchange system, and then they have like a tournament at the end of the year. That's like an informal esports network, and that can be a really great way to start on a small budget.
Like I love the I sort of think to, you've got your basketball court, you got your oval and so on, and I love to think, and you might have a D&T lab and all that kind of stuff, and I go, I'd love to see esports labs be seen in the same way, because woodworking's great, but IKEA's kind of stolen that, right? And gosh, I think of like the pottery I made as a kid and all of like the chairs and stuff you make, and I think, well, gosh, like I live and breathe the economics of a digital world now, and I kick myself going, I should have done more web coding, should have done more like AV, should have done, I always kick myself when I was younger, my mind was putty, learn it then, and that's the advantage of those labs. So I see there's such a good use case to justify the investment in the equipment because it's multi-tooled, especially with VR and XR starting to become so prominent. But they also understand it's an economic question, right? And so I see that there is a burden on the public community coming together and saying, well, it's kind of like, if I didn't have a swimming pool in my school, I'd go to the public swimming pool. Well, what's the answer? And it is one of our jobs as an association. That's something that we work on quite actively about. When we're talking about Victorian Com Games, we had great discussions with different economic development agencies across Victoria about what does an esports precinct look like? How do we mold this? We've had those conversations with Northern Territory government and so on. In a city like Palmerston, where the socioeconomic question is so different to somewhere like Melbourne, and that need for public resource and facility was just like the biggest answer, and that's where that kind of comes in. So I see, that there is a bit of maybe philosophical change, but then also as an industry and a community understanding this resource serves true real benefit to community and deserves true real investment and support. Any other questions?
Hi. So we did research for the South Australian Commissioner for Children and Young People pre-COVID, And one of the key findings from esports in high school was precarity. That all the esports organisational expertise and teacher practice knowledge sat on maybe one or two shoulders. So how connected are you folks? How are you continuing to build up your repository of knowledge? And how are you distributing it beyond your own expertise? And to just push that one step further, how to keep and build on that knowledge, especially engaging and supporting young women in non-segregated schools to experience belonging and leadership.
Amy should start that question.
All right. Well, I'll just, as you were saying, that last question, I think that's so incredibly important. Again, as a female in the industry, I'm just going to put it very bluntly, the esports is still quite a masculine space, but there's definitely growth. When I started in esports, I'll be very frank, it was quite horrible. There's a lot of things I felt that I had to learn on my own without any, maybe like a female voice or a role model to look up to. So I don't necessarily have an answer in terms of how we can solve this, but I think it's a very important question because when I was at Marcelin, an all-boys Catholic school, our sister school, Our Ladies of Mercy, we had girls reaching out where I knew a teacher from that school. They put me in contact with a few of the girls there, and they want to play fighting games. They are desperate to, like, we have a Brawlhalla team, we want to do this, and I have had this urge to want to help them, but again, at that point, my hands were tied. So I think, again, perhaps it's a conversation that us as an industry, in both esports and education, need to have to promote these safe spaces for females, because they definitely exist. And I saw the yearning and the passion, and she was just, you know, it was so, I think I'm going to twist this a bit, where I feel that schools are more receptive if it comes from a student voice. Not necessarily they might listen to me because I got shut down so many times, but the moment I said to the boys or to this girl, I said, if you write a proposal, I will help you, obviously, from the side, and sell it to the school, I guarantee that there'll be more people who will listen because you're showing initiative. So I don't necessarily have an answer in regards to your last question on how to, like a simple answer, but I think it's definitely possible as we keep talking about this, and there's people like us and me who, even though I don't work in a school right now, but I'm still an advocate for things like this, how we can tap into this, because they are, again, these girls want to play fighting games, and we want someone to host a tournament. Can we play with anyone? We don't mind playing with the boys. We just want to do something. So I'm sorry I don't have an answer, but watch this space, I hope. Yep.
Here's the stats on it. 0.1% of the professional level of esports are women. And I think that's a true industry problem. I'm going to throw it, that's the industry's fault. The industry needs to solve that. That's not a player's fault, because over 50% of the gaming base are women. Then in our university league, we're at 1.8% women at the peak of women participation. The peak. And Brendan might correct me that it's probably zero now, you know. Yeah. In high school, it's 12%, right? And, you know, talking to leadership roles and so on, we have, who's going to be speaking later, Morgan Medlin, a bronze medalist in Rocket League from the Commonwealth Games. To me, that's like a big piece of the puzzle, that schools now have a person to say, let's get the young girls to meet this person. And, you know, when you listen to her later, she's fantastic.
And just to add to that, like, our challenge initially when we got our eSport club running, 9 out of 10 were boys. And it was very hard for some of our female students to walk into the room surrounded with all these guys, and you're the only one. Our challenge has been, well, we don't know who the role models are and the mentors that we can reach out from the industry, because it's small. It's going to grow in the long run. So what I had to do was really try and find from the teacher body another teacher to run it, because if I'm running it, they'll be like, well, it's a blokey thing. It's only a guy thing. Games for guys. I didn't want that message. So yes, initially I had to get off the ground, but then I had to find a teacher, a female teacher that had an interest, or I can develop an interest in this field where they could run it and they could say, well, if that teacher can do it, anyone can play. And that's starting to start to get traction. But really, the initial challenge is industry, the whole nature of tech. It's a guy thing, unfortunately. But progressively, as new role models come in, new female players come into the field, and as we start to see that diversification, that will change. It's just not going to be an instant fix straight away, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think this is such an important question, and I'm very aware that I'm in a very privileged position here. So, my co-founder Jess Rawlings of Next Level Collaboration has been for a lot of the female autistic gaming community. She's been iconic, I would say, and working with groups like Yellow Ladybugs, which supports autistic girls and women and people who are gender non-binary. We have huge numbers of gamers, and I support Jess in supporting some of their servers, their gaming servers, and I'm very aware it's not my space, so I'm the tech support in the background. But we still encounter people will talk to me and not Jess, even though she has the IT background, she has a lived experience, and she's our CEO. So people will, she's wearing her invisibility cloak. She calls it a Harry Potter invisibility cloak. If you haven't seen Jess, Google her. She's got bright red hair, like dyed red, orange and red hair. It's pretty hard to miss her. And so I think the role of us is to redirect to the expertise and say, hey, have you met Jess, the person standing right here? She's actually really, really knowledgeable. And what we've found, we have run, and it's a bit controversial, say Girls Plus groups, which I know it's the segregation, whether that should or should not happen in schools is controversial, but we have run dedicated safe spaces, and you have, I guess, people like Amy who are, identify as female and leaders in the space, come in and have explicit conversations, how to deal with toxic communities, how to deal with some rubbish you will get online. I do feel like gaming companies are starting to take it more seriously now. On EA Sports, when I did the new NHL hockey, I had to sign an agreement that I wasn't going to use racist language, which is fantastic. But the fact you have to do that, it's a bit of an indictment on the community. But the fact is, I think there is attention being paid to this now.
I guess just adding on one last thing, again, maybe just from a very, very small level, working in an all-boys school and being probably the only gamer teacher, it starts from there, like just having that first conversation where the boys were like, oh, miss, you play games? And I would actually just kind of very diplomatically shut them down and say, what's so great about that? Like, what's so like different? I play games, you play games, girls can play footy. So I guess, again, just having those little conversations, and I'm sure there are teachers across Australia, female teachers across Australia who are having these conversations as well and talking about these difficult conversations. I think, again, I don't sugarcoat anything. I tell the boys sometimes, like, the energy you're giving out, it's like when the girls come and visit from Our Ladies, they don't want to interact, and I wonder why. So again, just having these conversations about, sure, I play games, I'm willing to have that conversation with you, but I don't want you to treat me as an alien about it, because this is very normal. And when you meet girls who are your age playing video games, you should do exactly the same thing and just have a good, friendly, healthy conversation, and don't go like, oh my God, you play games? Oh my God, you play? Because that's going to be off-putting. So just starting at that very base conversation level is very, very important if we're talking about education from a school's level. Yep.
Sorry, yep. Apologies if the camera did die for anyone watching at home, but audio was still going through. So just on one of Emma's points, fantastic conversation, but legacy. You've both left your respective schools. How does that knowledge kind of like stay in the school and the club? And I mean, you mentioned you found another leader to take it on, but legacy of sharing that knowledge and the club you've set up and all these kind of great ideas, how did that stay in the school?
It's with the students, because a lot of these things, they start with a student wants to do something, and for schools to have any buy-in, if it's about student learning, they'll engage. But if it's a teacher telling you and doing the presentation, it's very hard to get schools on board, particularly with leadership teams. But when a student goes up and wants a meeting with the principal and says, I have this awesome presentation about why we should do esports, why we should connect with industry, and why we need to really engage with this process, and do a whole presentation with lots of research, with lots of stats, that starts the conversation. Because if I go and it's all with me, then it dies with me. So the only way this survives and becomes viable is it's with the kids, and the kids then take custodian of it, as custodianship of it, and then handing it over to the next student, and so on and so on.
I completely agree, because I'm sad to say I don't know what's happening at Maslin. I know that there's still plenty of boys who are interested. We actually have a student who's very into professional online racing, and he actually races with some of the top levels still, because again, like, racing has entered esports. And again, it has maybe in a way half died with me leaving, but I know that because I'm still in contact with a lot of my friends, my teacher friends, that again, if they have questions, they direct them to me, and I maybe try and say, okay, maybe you can have this conversation with them. But as you said, at the end of the day, it's far more impactful, sadly, or maybe not actually, for a student to request a meeting with a principal than a staff member, because at the end of the day, it shows initiative from the students. They actually want this, and they're fighting for it.
Thanks, everyone. I guess we'll wrap up. Panel 2 over. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back 2 p.m. No, sorry, 1:40 with a one-on-one chat with Morgan Medley, and then 2 p.m. with Recognising Esports, final panel of the day. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you, everyone in the audience, and we'll go to a break. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Darren, President of the Australian Esports Association, and I'm joined by Morgan Medlin, who's our Rocket League Women's Australian Commonwealth Esports Championships captain. It's a long tongue twister. How are you today, Morgan?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm really well. I'm very well. I'm here in Melbourne, part of Migwa. PAX is starting tomorrow. It's sort of the game nerd week, right?
A lot going on.
Yeah, it's awesome. I thought we'd just have a quick little chat between ourselves about your experience at the Commonwealth Esports Championships, because obviously you played there, and you won a bronze medal, before we get into the next panel, right? So, let's start from the very top. What was the overall experience like going to Birmingham?
It was crazy. Honestly, didn't ever think anything like this would happen, I guess. I've been playing Rocket League for a few years and just kind of playing casually, started playing competitive, but didn't think we'd ever get an opportunity like this. So it was just, we couldn't believe it at the start, and then actually being there was insane. There was a lot going on. It happened really quickly, but there was so much going on. It was really exciting.
It did happen really quickly.
Yeah.
It's sort of like March, it's happening, June, you're selected and heading over there. Like, it was really quick.
Yeah.
What would you compare something like, your experience going to Commonwealth Esports Championships versus a gaming event or an esports event?
I guess I don't have too much to compare to. That was my first LAN event, other than the finals event in Gold Coast. But yeah, I don't have too much to compare it to, I guess. But I think it's something that hopefully will occur more going forward. Like, I'm hoping that more events like this are going to happen at more mainstream locations like the Commonwealth Games. So I think that's really cool. Yeah.
And obviously, you're an athlete, so you were seeing all of the ins and outs of the event from the athlete's eye. Commonwealth Games, what did you feel about the treatment of you as a gamer being there?
It was definitely, I guess, kind of walking around Nottingham and Birmingham, and we'd have a few people stop us and see the uniforms and say, what do you guys play? And we'd say to esports. And the general kind of reaction to it was, esports? And we'd say, oh, gaming. Let's say at the Commonwealth Games. And we'd say, yeah, it's a new thing. It's happening now. So I think kind of the general community, you get some people who would understand it and some people that won't. And I think going forward, it'll be more and more understood, more recognised as a sport, more recognised as an official event. But I think kind of as gaming gets bigger and bigger, and happens more at these kind of more general society events like the Commonwealth Games, like the Olympic Games, that kind of thing, rather than just gaming specific events like RLCS. I think it'll just get bigger and bigger and people will recognise it more and more as an event.
Yeah, and you mentioned the RLCS. Do you see, if you look at the international landscape and there's RLCS, and then do you see, in your perspective, having been to the Commonwealth Games, the difference between the two? Where would you position each, something like Commonwealth Games, Team Australia, national teams, versus something like the RLCS?
Well, like I said, it's mostly to do with the audience. I think RLCS obviously is a Rocket League based audience. Everyone at RLCS knows a lot about Rocket League, whereas people who would have tuned into the event at the Commonwealth Games might not necessarily have seen Rocket League or much to do with esports before. So I think bringing it to the general community is really good. I think that, more and more, as it grows more and more into the future, it will become more of a recognised thing in the general community. I'm hoping both events occur and both exist. People are going to get excited about both. The RLCS having more of a hardcore Rocket League community is really cool as well. But yeah, both going forward would be good.
Yeah, because obviously, like you said, RLCS is a hardcore Rocket League community. Commonwealth Games is a general community, right? So it's sort of elevating Rocket League at least into the periscope of the general, sports fan, but also just, the layman on the street who's just there for the buzz of the Commonwealth Games, right?
Yeah.
Development of players is a big question when we try and pick our national team, and this was the first time, so there wasn't an established women's league that we could really go, let's just get into there and figure out who the best is. And there is one that happens, I know, in the region, but it's really about thinking, the next person, who's the next talent. Do you see that not only yourself being a bronze medalist, but also, things like the Commonwealth Games helps pathways for that next player to look to and aspire? I'm a young girl, I want to be a pro gamer, or go represent the country. Do you see a benefit there, and what more could be done?
Yeah, of course. No, I definitely see benefit in an event like this for the next generation to come along and be a part of. If I look at myself back even just a few years, I didn't know too much about RLCS, and I was playing Rocket League, but I was playing it casually. Had I turned on the TV and seen something like the Commonwealth Games, which would have been on in my house while my family was watching sports, and seen a women's team playing Rocket League, then maybe that would have been something I would have said, like, hey, I want to do that myself. So I think being able to put that out to the general community and be able to encourage the next generation of players and encourage women in particular, I think is really cool, and I think it definitely helps.
Excellent. Was it an emotional experience?
Yeah, for sure. If you see look back at the VOD and the end of the game against Canada when we won, and Reg Mary came up on the stage and we were all crying, we were all hugging and everything. It was definitely an emotional experience. Not just the games themselves, but just being there together. My teammates were I'm living in Sydney at the moment. Jelly's from Perth and Hab's in the Sunshine Coast. So it was, other than Gold Coast, it was kind of the first time we all got to be together. So that was kind of cool. Because obviously we play together a lot, but being an e-sport, it's not something we practice together in person. So getting to kind of be there and stay in the dorms together and go through it all together was really cool.
That's amazing. Coming home, how did family and friends sort of react to the bronze medal?
Where's the medal? Where's the medal? That was my brother. But no, it was really cool being able to show everyone and actually have something to come back with, even if we hadn't, even if we had lost or we'd come fourth or even not placed in the finals, it still would have been a really cool experience to talk to everyone about. And still something I would have used to encourage friends to get into the scene, or encourage, like we were talking about, encouraging the younger generation to break into it as well. But yeah, the medal, the jersey were brought out a few times.
That's awesome to hear. Did the media scrum sort of play a part in the excitement and buzz of it, or was that a lot of pressure?
In the lead up to going to England, yeah. Yeah, even over, oh God, yeah. Yeah, there were a few interviews in the lead up and a few interviews while we were there. It was definitely really good to have that opportunity to be able to speak about the experience, to be able to speak about representing Australia and representing women in the scene. It's definitely something we talk to journalists a lot, both before we left and while we were over there.
And talking about women in the community, there is that local league that's been run that you always talk about. Tell me about where that is today and where you'd like to see support for women's competition in the country.
Yeah, for sure. So that was founded by a good friend of ours, Betsy Kohler. She's the streamer. She brought that together. I think a few of us had noticed that we knew a couple of girls in the scene, but I think women are very underrepresented in the scene. So we didn't know too many other women. We'd played with a lot of guys before. We'd played with a lot of friends. But it was really cool to have a space where we're all brought together. I've met a lot of girls. I didn't think there were kind of that many around. So to be able to connect with the other girls, scrim together, play games together, just practice together, is really cool. And I think it gives a lot of the girls a safe space to play in, and gives them opportunities like this to arise within the scene, and kind of create a bit of buzz and create a bit of hype, and the girls can band together and set up teams and everything like that, which is something we hadn't had before. Oceania, being a smaller scene as well, hadn't had something like that previously established just for women. So we're hoping that it just grows more and more from here, and we're able to provide teams in the women's scene, to be able to join more tournaments, to be able to encourage more girls to join the OWL, which is the Oceania Women's League, and to be able to play together from here on.
Do you think that, we always hear about, gaming is zero barriers, right? Other than some technology, right? but men and women can play together. Open leagues are truly neutral, all those kind of things. But do you think that having a women's division at the Commonwealth Games gave that real nice sort of like platform to really encourage other women into the scene?
Yeah, definitely. I think kind of where I stand on it is ideally an open league, if we were all on the same boat and we could all play in an open league together, that'd be good. But I think if you look back at, I guess, even women older than me, there's not many that play games. It's maybe just a societal thing that women weren't encouraged as much to play games as much as boys were growing up. So as much as I don't think we differ too much physically, or there's no disadvantage physically that women have in gaming, I think the women's league is really good, or the women's division in the Commonwealth Games was really good to create a safe space for women to actually break into the scene. And yeah, I guess as I was saying before, there's not too many women in the scene, but hopefully going forward, having opportunities like that, girls can look towards that and think, okay, I can join this too, I can play too, I can play with other girls, I can feel comfortable competing, and I think that's really cool.
If you could sort of put yourself back in your younger self's shoes, and if you saw Rocket League at the Commonwealth Games and a picture of someone like yourself wearing the national uniform and a bronze medal, what would that mean to you?
It would have meant a lot to younger me, yeah. I think I'm kind of lucky in that I grew up in a household where I was encouraged to play games. I have an older brother who I was talking about before, who was really proud of this, and I played a lot with him. But I think kind of being able to see other girls in it, I didn't have too many other female friends who played, and I definitely could not name a role model that I looked towards, a female role model, that I would have wanted to have been like. So I think going forward, being able to provide that to young girls would really be really good and really supportive for them.
Do you feel pressure being that role model now?
Oh, tricky. I guess there's always a bit of pressure with something like that, but I think given the support I have as well from you guys and from teammates, from coaches, from the other girls in the scene, from Bepsi and the OWL, I wouldn't point to myself as a role model in particular. I'd point to all of us creating a supportive scene.
That's amazing. Any last comments you'd want to say to anyone who's listening from home, or?
I guess just to the younger generation, to, like I said, to girls in particular, go for it. Opportunities are being created now, and more events and things are arising for the general public, like we've said, and for younger women. So give it a go, try it, reach out to bodies and that to support you. There will always be support for this kind of thing going forward, I think.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, everyone hang around. Morgan's not going anywhere. We're going to trade up the speakers because we've got our third session, which is Recognising Esports. We'll welcome Dr. Emma Wachowski down, who will take my place, and then we'll have a couple of gentlemen who we'll introduce that are coming in from overseas who can talk to where esports is going. So we'll be in a quick short break as we set that up, and then we'll be right back.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I'm Dr. Emma Wachowski. I'm going to be your moderator today for this last panel of the Australian Esports Association Esports Summit in 2022. I'm a digital cultures sociologist and an esports researcher for about 15 years, and I'm also a board member of the Australian Esports Association. Today we're going to be discussing recognising esports, and we have with us today Morgan Medlin, who served as captain of the Rocket League women's team at the Commonwealth Esports Championships, also known as CEC if we abbreviate, during the Birmingham Commonwealth Games this year. Welcome. Online behind us we have Mark Shea, who is nominated member of the Singaporean Parliament, former Olympian and Executive Director at Global Esports Federation. Welcome. And lastly on stage we have Darren Kwan, who is the President of the Australian Esports Association and Founder Director of Australian Esports League. So welcome everyone. It's amazing to have such an esteemed group on stage. I'm a little nervous because I've got two medal winners sitting here right next to me. It is nerve-wracking from regional events, and it's a very important topic, a burning topic of our time, I'd say. So to start with, let's go to the associations to muse on. What does the global esports landscape look like from a recognition perspective? And Mark, we might throw this to you.
Hi, so good morning.
And you would need a mic on.
Do I need a mic? Can you hear me?
We're going to sort those tech issues out on our end. It's not a hybrid event without tech issues. We know this from the Commonwealth Esports Championship, where we saw games sort of delayed and playing 5 hours after time because of all sorts of tech problems. So we're doing that here too. We're just being representative of esports.
Hello.
Got you.
Yep. Can you hear me?
We can. So going back to you, what does the global esports landscape look like from a recognition perspective?
I think for Global Esports Federation, we're very happy to be able to be part of the ecosystem. We were founded in 2019, December, and really what our mission is to create a safe, inclusive space for athletes in esports. And then we do this by creating the legitimacy, credibility, and prestige of esports. And we do this through our different programs, our different events, as well as our partnerships. We have different programs and partnerships with UNESCO, as well as the different regional sporting bodies. Most recently, we just came back from the South American Esports Championships, where we gathered the whole of South America. There were like 10 different nations there, and we celebrated esports through eFootball. So that's what we do. We actually see esports as a vehicle for social change, and we bring the whole community of esports together. And they could be like players, they could be national federations, publishers, tech firms, professional players, professional leagues. I think we are all inclusive. We're just happy to bring everyone together and see what we can do to elevate esports.
Darren, would you like to say something on recognition perspective?
Look, it's different in Australia. It's not a global thing, right? We're such a microcosm market that's so different to each of the other nations, that when we get to meet them and interact with their national federations and what it's like for them. But here, if we can get almost a federal movement internally in Parliament and across federal divisions like Sport Australia, because I think a lot of state bodies are seeing it. Sport Vic, they're all over it. Northern Territory, Queensland, but for us to really get that recognition and move forward and really support people like Morgan Moore and the next athletes of the future, and to answer a lot of the problems that John mentioned from Fortress, and we've heard from schools, resourcing and so on. It's got to be getting that true buy-in at a federal parliament level and get the real people who have that influence to say, great, let's get behind it and move things around, because we need it. We absolutely need it. And without it, we're just constantly scrambling to achieve our objectives.
Yeah. So both Mark and Darren again, as we see the Olympics looking at esports and the Commonwealth Games looking at esports, so it's a real alignment between legacy sports, big legacy mega events, right, and esports. Do you have any hesitancies as well about this alignment? I mean, there's expectations, but there's also perhaps some hesitancies involved with moving into a really established space. Mark.
Yeah, so I guess it's for me. So, yeah, you know, I actually had the great honor and privilege to brief IOC President Thomas Bach when he was in Singapore earlier this year in March. Well, actually it's more like April, about esports and you know, Global Esports Federation, as well as what the esports strategy is. And following that, you know, he announced that, you know, there's going to be this Olympic Esports Virtual Series Week that's going to be done. Watch out for the news, but it'll happen very, very soon. But you know, no, I think the Olympic movement has been actually looking at esports and how esports can integrate into the Olympic movement for a pretty long time. I think the discussions have been there, and they released the Agenda 2020+5, recommendation 9, which talks about esports and the strategies that international federations have to should consider. We've all been through the pandemic, and I think a lot of the traditional sports had suffered because we couldn't come together. We couldn't come together and play, and be part of a team and train and actually, you know, a lot of people they went and explored what esports is. They went to the streaming websites. They understood what esports and entertainment is in this whole ecosystem, and it actually can bring about communities, gather people digitally, virtually as well. So I think what we are seeing is that there is also an emergence of a new genre of esports called virtual simulated sports. I think we had some of the demonstrations done at the Commonwealth Esports Championships, where we had virtual taekwondo, where we have wearable technology and you're fighting against somebody on a screen. Picture Street Fighter, right? But instead of using a console as a control, your body is a control. I think the technology is there for you to be able to do that. And what's beautiful about this is that the avatars are the same, right? And that breaks down barriers. So you can have different genders participating, you can have different weight classes, different people of different abilities participating, and where World Taekwondo is actually looking at virtual taekwondo is basically using it as a tool to introduce kids when they're learning how to spar. They use this virtual tool first, right? And then gradually, when they get better, they understand what sparring is, then they actually do it physically. So I think we see technology as an enabler, technology as a connector as well. And I think that is one of the genres that's going to be part of this whole movement where esports comes together with traditional sports.
Yeah, look, we've got Brisbane on our radar and the Victorian Com Games on our radar, and I think there's a lot of work to be done. You know, as Mark mentioned, you know, the Olympics have been looking at it. They laid out a roadmap. Even here locally, you know, Sport Australia has mentioned it. The Victorian Commonwealth Games Organising Committee have talked about it, and even the Brisbane Olympic Organising Committee have talked about it with us about esports hasn't really got that global federation structure that traditional sports have, or that history and legacy where you know, there's been broad brush recognition, you know, across multiple countries. Most sports have hundreds and hundreds of countries that have you know, officially recognized all kinds of sports like badminton and so on. So it gives them a little more structure to then, as a global movement, then interact with global events like the Olympics and the Commonwealth Games. And I'd love to see it there. I think, you know, you get more stories like what Morgan's experienced, and you create almost the pinnacle of the player experience and the meaning for the player. I think for the industry, you know, the challenges that publishers might have, the challenges that you know, tournament organizers and professional teams will have, it's similar. Other sports see that. We see it in soccer, we see it in basketball. You know, there's private basketball team owners who look at, you know, the American Dream Team. They go, oh, well, that's great, but you're detracting eyeballs away from me. And you know, there's challenges there on a private commercial end. But I think they're all solvable, because at the end of the day, what the Olympics and things like Commonwealth Games do is they truly serve the heart and core of everything, which is the player and the community. And that's really important for me. And to see esports make it that far serves them, and that's more important.
Great. And we're going to go straight to you about that great segue about player and community, because I imagine for you, Morgan, there were expectations as well as hesitations individually, but also from the community level of what this meant to be a part of sports now. You talked a bit about, like, even the pre-experience before going there and knowing what it was.
Yeah, I guess there was a lot of chatter before it, and I guess from friends, from family, and even just to ourselves, there were a lot of expectations. But I think we kind of, being the pilot event, we went into it just thinking, okay, there's nothing established yet, there's nothing set up in terms of expectations for how it's going to play out. So we're going to go into it and just go with the flow, where we were just excited to be there, really, as much as there was kind of always the hope in the back of their head, you know, I hope we're going to bring home a medal, I hope we're going to win some games. It was just the experience of being there in the first place. And I think the most exciting thing to us was having that opportunity arise, knowing that it was the start of something that's just going to get bigger and bigger.
And this goes for all three of you, but we'll start with you, Morgan. What changes in practice? So if you as an individual, community, and as associations, were you thinking, well, now we've got to sort of raise ourselves, raise our levels, we're participating on a completely different stage. So can you just talk to some of the different practices? You've gotten the golden ticket to go, now what did you start doing differently to prepare?
Definitely structured ourselves a lot more. I guess as I was talking about before, we, myself and my teammates were playing, I guess, somewhat competitively online, but it's a complete different ball game actually going to a tournament, going to a LAN. I think I can speak for all three of us in the team when I say none of us had actually been to a LAN event before, whether that be something more general like the Commonwealth Games or something Rocket League specific like the RLCS. So I think we didn't have any plans already set up or anything in place. We were taking training more seriously. We were getting together most nights to practice, which is something we hadn't previously done. It was kind of like a quick message to someone saying, oh, hey, you on? Yeah, let's jump on and play some games, whereas we had a bit more of a schedule going into it. We had our coaches helping us and kind of picking up on where we were lacking either in skill or in mentality. And helping us through that training process.
Fantastic. And Darren, can we go to you? Because not just from the Australian Esports Association perspective, because of course there's a community there as well across national associations or those representing as a national representative there. So how did your practices change? Were you talking to different associations in different ways, trying to think about how to make this a really strong movement towards the Commonwealth Games?
Absolutely. I mean, first and foremost, we engaged with community like Rocket League Oceania, and we said, this is an incredible moment to grasp for the community. How do we get the word out, get the message to them, and get that engagement with the community at a baseline? And then secondly, it was consideration around legacy. So where do Rocket League's already so popular, so it was a good game to be working with because we could see how it interrelated with our high schools, how it interrelated in uni, how it interrelated, we could already see those sort of connecting chain links forming and going, great, we've got this. So we can message it back to those communities saying, this is happening, let's show students, let's show people and get that awareness there that they can look to. So we had a lot of schools who were tuning into the stream, playing it in classrooms and all that kind of stuff when the girls were playing over there, and the men's team as well. And then it gave us a platform to talk to the Commonwealth Games Federation Australia and to that group. And so, first thing, uniform. We want them to look just right. So they sent over the brand guidelines, what we're allowed to do, what we're not allowed to do. And because it was only a demo event, we couldn't put the emu and the kangaroo crest on and so on. But we got the color codes from them. We had a designer that they worked with who was an Aboriginal designer who came up with a pattern, and it's really hard to see, but there's a kangaroo built into it, and that was approved by CGF Australia, that it was going to work and they were going to be happy that that's a representation of the team and as an extension being in esports. So it gave us some formal channels to big institutions that we otherwise were just alien to, and so it's all legacy conversation from that. And also being able to showcase it back to a lot of local governments are getting into esports. and it's too easy for them as a decision maker. But then it's the state level as well, and then at the federal level, as I mentioned earlier, to use it as that sort of example, showcase, something they can connect to, they understand, and then they can visually feel the importance and see. It's an unwritten thing inside, the Olympics and Commonwealth Games. This sport is so serious now. This is where it's at, and they listen to it.
Great. And Mark, same question to you, sort of what practices changed for the GEF, but also because you are the GEF or a representative, what lessons were learned post Commonwealth Esports Championships?
Great, thanks. Let me first address what Morgan said, and I think, and Darren as well. I think it's very beautiful to see from a national organization perspective, right? How you're being included in the larger scheme of sports within your country, and actually that's really what we want. And if you look at how global games like with the Olympics, Asian Games, Commonwealth Games, what they do is they inculcate values. They show values, like for the Olympics, for example, right? You're talking about friendship, respect, and excellence. These are the values, and is about showing these values through sports, through competition, right? That we inspire the next generation. And I think what's relevant about esports to all these major games and these sports movements, traditional sports movements, is that esports appeals to a younger generation, a new generation. If you look at most of these major games and the viewership, you're looking at people who are in their 50s, right? But then if you want to look at the longevity, the sustainability of interest in these traditional sporting systems, you need to bring in more sports that are appealing to younger generations, like we saw in Tokyo, the first time ever sport climbing, surfing, skateboarding. These are sports which probably would never be considered in the Olympic Games 20 years ago. I'm an Olympian. I swam in 2000 in Sydney, and it was a beautiful games. I have to tell you, I loved it so much. I had to go a second time in Athens. It was much different, right? But I think being able to be recognized as a swimmer, next to the likes of, at that point in time they had Shaquille O'Neal, right, or Usain Bolt. I think that means a lot to someone who is a practitioner in a specific sport, right? Like that gold medal that you win, that bronze medal that Morgan won, is equivalent to a swimmer from Australia, right, at the Commonwealth Games. It's that kind of currency and recognition amongst your peers in different sports, which is what is beautiful as a sports person, participating at the Commonwealth Games, Asian Games, or the Olympic Games. So I think that's what I think has changed, and I think with sporting systems and with esports being included in some of these major games, and a lot of more emphasis and focus by governments, right, to bring national glory back. And Morgan's a prime example of how she's brought national glory back to Australia. It's more like let's see what we can do in terms of funding, in terms of resource allocations, in terms of how do we bring the biggest and brightest sports scientists to ensure that our athletes are able to attain their potential. We see some of the science that's coming out of our Health and Wellness Commission at Global Esports Federation. We see some of the conversations that we've had with professional teams. The skills that are required to be successful in esports, and we're talking about mental stamina, mental agility, fast reflexes, the brain and eye health, right? These are important, and perhaps there'll be more emphasis in ensuring that the athletes are physically fit, because there's no way to train these skills if you're not physically fit. Getting the right nutrition, getting the right rest, right? Being able to be more systematic and structured in your approach in training. And I think if you distill what esports is, right, it is organized, competitive video games or gaming, right? So I think where Global Esports Federation comes in and brings the most value to sports systems is the organization and structure of esports as an industry. I think we're going about and bringing all these large traditional organizations to show that esports does have a place there, and we were able to show that at the Commonwealth Esports Championships. Therefore, 2 weeks later, we were in Santiago, Chile, and we signed a deal to have like the Pan Am Esports Championships together with the rest of the athletes there. So I think that has changed in terms of how there's more structure, there's more coaching. We're launching the Global Esports Academy as well to actually teach coaches how to coach, how to inculcate values, how it can be a safe space. Because if you look at how, when you actually participate in sports, your first initiation into sports is actually your coach, and your coach needs to know how to get you to the next level, how to groom you as an athlete to become a high performance individual, not just an athlete but individual. So I think those are some of the things that we at Global Esports Federation are doing, and we have a lot of work. We are very happy to work with Darren and the team and the likes, in Australia, at Australia Esports, and many other of our 123 national federations around the world.
Can I just jump in?
Yep.
The other thing I wanted to pick on, and Mark kind of was touching on it, is it's re-energizing. So for us as an association, like, you can get, esports can really jade you, right? Because it's on Twitter. Like, it's a terrifying frontier of social media, and re-energizing and reinvigorating and kind of like helping you see, like, the above sort of, I guess, the trees of esports that is always present on Twitter. Even having people like Morgan and hearing her passion and so on from it, it really gets you going, okay, great, we've got to get back as an association, get some legacy committees going, let's build, let's go and let's make things happen, because this is so important now. Let's step up to that. And it's a good rallying call as well, because sometimes it's really hard to rally, especially, an association, it's largely volunteer, right? And some, like New Zealand Esports Federation, they've got government funding and so on, and they're doing great big things. They just launched a league that they own and all kinds of things, right? So there is commerce that will come and grants that will come and so on, but in what we do, it's largely volunteer. And it's hard to rally people in the community who say, it's easy to type a tweet that says, I support local Australian esports or support the local team and so on, but it's nearly impossible to get that same person to actually then go do something about it, right? And that's been the journey for over a decade for most of us in the esports industry here, especially as an association. And it's just that energy that came out of it that you can pull into, not only personally, but in the community, and say, let's rally a resource, let's get together, let's really reinvigorate the association and what we're trying to do, because we've achieved something. So that's the final point, I think, on that.
Great. It segues great into this next piece, because the Commonwealth Esports Championship, and Mark can confirm this, had a values-based strategy for esports in 22, which was a really different strategy than we're seeing maybe in a commercial sector. At the same time, worldwide, national recognition, where we see support, comes from other spaces than sport as well. We see Denmark supported by the Cultural Ministry. In France, it's digital economy. So why is recognition for esports in our different spaces important to be under sports and existing sports governance? And maybe there's something there to talk about nationally and through that international connection. And that goes to you as well, Morgan. Like, what does sports bring to you that maybe another kind of umbrella, culture, sports and rec, youth might bring to your practice? Would you like to start first?
I was going to say, do you want
to?
Yeah,
great.
I'll start it, because that'll probably help.
Yeah, sorry, big one.
I guess it's one of those harder things, unless you're in the practice of understanding what this means. A lot of people, at home might, especially I know within the gaming community, have no idea what it means. And it's like a vagary of, the government's giving money. Like, no, it's more than that. It's like, we were, when we were at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, I was sitting there going, I wish we had resource for a sports psychologist. I wish we had resource to support the girls, to support the players that were there representing the country. Because I could see the moments where they needed that. And knowing that if we were going with the true, fully funded, fully fledged Australian Commonwealth team, we'd have all of those resources, because they had a huge team supporting the athletes there, right? And all the athletes flew business class and so on, so they could, have the rest they need and the care they needed over a 24-hour plus flight, right? And then locally, it's knowing you can go to like an AIS institute, and find resource and pathways. And they have funding to say, yes, we can offer this into the esports community. It's that on a micro level. And then it's, clubs and teams being able to reach out and say, hi, we're an esports club, to their local council or to a state government, and say, look, we're wanting to, or a school, we want to invest in our lab and our equipment for our players and our athletes. And, we've got 100 under 18s in our club, or, it's sort of the communication channel, and then the resource that's there for them to latch onto or work with, and a general understanding within institutions and community that esports is a thing, and we can help and we can work with it, and it's not some alien special basket case. It's a natural thing. Yeah.
I guess something we got asked a lot in the lead up to going over to Birmingham, or something we got questioned a lot on when we were in the Gold Coast, was, do we actually consider esports to be a sport? Do we think it's a sport? Would we call ourselves athletes? And I think for a lot of people that can be a bit of a grey area. I think what it boils down to is the practice and the mentality. I think you don't just get good at a game overnight. It takes a lot of practice, it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, as do sports. I think kids that get up at 5, 6 a.m. in primary school and go to little athletics and practice hurdles and practice high jump and that kind of thing, it's a lot of effort, but so is going into a game and going into a practice session, or getting your friends online and scrimming and playing games, or honing in on certain skills that you lack. It all takes practice. So I think all three of us actually said, yeah, we do consider it a sport, and we would consider it a part of that. I think as to what Darren was saying in terms of support, that kind of thing would be incredible. I think while we were over there, like you were saying, we did not struggle at some points, but there were points where we were tired, or mentally we were thinking, like everyone gets to a point where they think, am I good enough for this? Am I going to be able to perform? There's a lot of pressure on it. So I think support in the same way that physical athletes are supported would be incredible. But in saying that, the association you guys were so good with us, and we really appreciated everything the crew did for us. There's always room to grow with that kind of thing though.
Mark, would you like to chip in the values of sports and esports?
Yeah, so I think for the Commonwealth Esports Championships, right, we're really looking at a values-based approach to how we can bring esports to a community that really doesn't understand what esports is. And I think that speaks to what Morgan is experiencing, or experienced when she was there. All these guys in traditional sports, I for one was one of them. I am one of them, right? Because I at home I'm actually also with the National Olympic Committee, as well as our Singapore. I'm the president of Singapore Swimming. But there's a lot of misconception and misunderstanding of what esports is. A lot of people in traditional sports read about esports is it being a violent. There are violent games there. There are first-person shooter games there. There's addiction to various substances. There's addiction to games. And I argue saying that esports players, they probably spend like 7 to 8 hours of deliberate practice, like any swimmer, like any shooter, like any martial arts exponent, to hone their skills, right? And really to say that it's not a sport, I think it's demeaning to esports players. But I think with the Commonwealth Esports Championships, what we wanted to do was to also show that it can be that vehicle for values to be shown, for people to show that there is national pride there, that it could be a platform for equality. I think we had women only titles there, to showcase that women have a place in esports, not just one gender. We had other athletes there that were able to show values of inclusion. We had some transgender athletes as well. I think we're one of the first few sports to actually include them in our games as well. And the other part of this is that there's no money to be played. What we hear about on what is so attractive about being in this industry or in esports is the big prize money. And later this month, Singapore's hosting TI, the international, $42 million, right, prize pool. Ridiculous. It's larger than any PGA tournament out there or any ATP tournament. Right? And that's what we hear. But we wanted to move away from that. We wanted national flags to be there. We wanted national anthems to be there. We wanted to show that these athletes have want to represent their nations, want to do it proudly, and we gave them the platform to do it. And that's what's beautiful about it, because a lot of the athletes aren't professional athletes. And we built a great stage. We telecast it all over the world and gave these athletes a platform to show their great talents. So that is the values proposition that we had for the Commonwealth Esports Championships. And we were able to turn a lot of heads from traditional esports to show that esports does have a place in the Commonwealth Games.
Thanks, Mark. I'd like to stick with you because, a little bit selfishly, I live in Victoria and our state minister is the Minister for Sport, Tourism and Creative Industries, like the trifecta of esports. So if we were talking to them right now, how is the Asian Games impacted on local esports markets in Asia, on community, on visibility, on participation?
I think there's a lot of growth in the sector. Wearing my government hat in Singapore, right? You're not gonna in Asia that there's a case for esports because a lot of the publishers, a lot of the spectators online and physically, they actually are in Asia. And Southeast Asia in particular, you see the highest growth in mobile technology penetration as well as mobile game, adoption. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of the tech firms are based here in Singapore, right? You have Alibaba, I just met up with them. You have Ubisoft, you have Tencent as well, and Konami and Capcom, and you have all these different guys supporting an industry. And in Singapore locally, we have about 230 firms supporting the wearable technology, gaming, and I guess animation and what have you, right? Tech industry. In fact, one of our companies is working with two of the world bodies, World Taekwondo as well as World Archery, to develop their esports games, right? So we're very proud of that, and I think to be able to showcase that at a major games actually means that the future generation of people involved in esports, not necessarily athletes, but students, youths, are able to show that, are able to see what high performance looks like, what the industry looks like. And I think that has great ripple effects on the future economies, or where the world is going. I think we see that blockchain, metaverse is something that is going to be part of our lives, just like how the internet was not part of our lives 30 years ago. It is today, right? It's going to be seamless into our day to day. And I think with technology being able to bridge the physical with the virtual, I think that will create a new industry. And I think for the Asian Games at least, right, there's an opportunity to show where this, I guess for esports to step into the mainstream of traditional sports, but also to show what the potential is at the major games of what esports could be, gaming industry could be, to all these political office holders, to all these national federations and big giants of the sports movement.
Thanks. So the Business of Esports panel was our first panel, and the representatives there were really great in talking about longevity of profiles, like wanting to know your local esports profile. I want to see Morgan at the next event. I know who she is. I want to cheer for her. So how is this complexity around choosing titles for these big events affecting us seeing Morgan again at the next event? So maybe Darren, we'll start with you.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Like we just saw Overwatch 2 launch, and that's really contextual because when Overwatch 1 launched in its beta, it was the biggest game that had ever been adopted for a beta in the history of gaming. And it went from, Blizzard's model of esports was let the community and the federations deal with it. They did that with StarCraft. They had a lot of success in Korea and across the world from just letting the community take it. And then, I guess the big executives in Activision Blizzard said, oh gosh, this is so successful. we'll take it, we'll make an Overwatch World League, we'll sell it off to all the big, American teams and $20 million buy-in and so on. And they had the player base to justify it. And then the community kind of got over the game, and the game was just a bit hard to spectate. They were pushing it too hard into Overwatch World League and so on. And it just, what's so enriching about the community leading everything, which is where every other sport has come from, was lost, and it collapsed. And then Overwatch 2 was launched, and it's had a lot of success over the weekend, minor server issues and so on, but it's a new game on the thing. And so we have to sit there going, is it going to be big? Do we need to resource it? Do schools need to consider it? And our Overwatch High School League's quite big, surprising. It's bigger than Overwatch Contenders from not only participation point of view, but a level of interest and care and so on. So you got to go, well, how much resource do we put into it? And Morgan doesn't play Overwatch, and would Morgan, I don't know, this is for you to think about, maybe in your response, but would you transfer if it suddenly was the biggest game with the most money, the most sponsorships, the most endorsements and so on? Don't know. And that's just one game. There's thousands of games launched every day, and Mark's talking about mobile games, and I play a few. And I can't see myself wanting to compete in a mobile game. I mean, I still play Dota 2, and I'm a bit of a traditionalist. I still play Counter-Strike and so on. But that constant update of technology and the next new game and the next fun thing makes legacy of player difficult unless that player is able to pivot. There are some games that have had a decade-long history, like Counter-Strike's really done very well in that story. So has Dota 2 and League of Legends and so on. They've just got this lifeblood to it. So you can have it as a permanent pursuit. But there was a day where every news article talked about Fortnite, and now you don't really hear about Fortnite. It's like, it just happens. And so everything we build has to be a catch-all. Our high school program, it's multi-game. If we do our university program, that we do, it's every game we consider, it's multi-game. Everything is open to every publisher and every game being able to plug in. And that just makes resourcing have to be so agile, so complex. And that legacy story becomes an immense challenge.
Is there anything happening for you, Morgan, in your space? Is there proactive movement by the community saying, you know what, this is ours? Rocket League, at these mega sports events, we're on it. Because we were just talking about how easy and fun it was for anyone to watch. Yeah. So is there anything happening from sort of your space where they're saying, yeah, look, let's push on this one?
I think Rocket League's got a pretty strong community, and I think going forward, if events were to have Rocket League as a title, I think it's got a strong enough community that there will be players, there will be support. I think, as you were talking about before with Overwatch, depending on the game, some skills can be transferable. I wouldn't say Rocket League's a game where I could transfer from Rocket League to Overwatch. There would be other similar games where players could transfer across. But there's always new skills and things to learn. I guess looking at other sports, if you take a basketball player and you try and put them in soccer, they're not going to automatically be good at it. So I think it really does depend game to game. I think there will be strong players out there that will be able to jump between titles. But it really does depend on the game.
It's a really interesting point because Australia, when handball came into the Olympics, all the women's basketball players was like, if I didn't make the basketball team, I'm learning how to play handball. And they represented Australia in handball in the first year. Yep. And I'm thinking of your experience with the e-football players. Many of those players came from FIFA that jumped over. So there's this really interesting moment in thinking about, well, what is representation in a genre and what is representation more broadly and how important it is? So can you speak maybe about the experience of talking to those players and what it meant for them? Like, they were not the players that they were, the game they were representing, but they were representing their country and they were representing sort of a genre instead of a game.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I get what you mean about e-football, being something that could have been transferred from FIFA. Similar to FPS games, players being able to transfer between games. We did speak to a few of the players there and they were definitely excited by it. A lot of them were FIFA players and had been playing it for years. So I think to be able to jump across and compete in a title that was being represented at the Commonwealth Games is a really good opportunity for them. And I think because the skills between the two games are really similar, they were still able to jump in and be able to play for the country.
Great. Do you want to chip in, Mark, or can I? move on.
Yeah, well, maybe just I guess a short note for about Asian Games and the titles there. I think for esports, I think there are very few like international like widely accepted games. Like what Darren was saying. You have Dota, you have other games as well. But like for games like where for multi-sport, multinational games like the Asian Games or Southeast Asian Games. There are some sports that are they're more popular in certain regions, and I think it's also a chance for some of these titles to be showcased at the bigger levels. I think in terms of transferability of esports, and I think there's also a question of whether there's any transferability of esports to actual sport, like for FIFA and eFootball and for eFootball and FIFA to actual soccer and football, right? Whether there is a transferability of skills there, but I think playing FIFA as well as eFootball, you understand what strategy is or game strategy is in football, and I think with some of this technology that's coming in, like take for example e-motorsports, right? We see some success where we have e-motorsports athletes actually making that transition into kart, right, into motorsports, actual physical motorsports, and I think it's something which is really exciting for the gaming and esports industry.
Great. We're going to twist the questioning a bit because during the qualification period across multiple countries, there were not a large number of women going through the qualifications. Now, the UN Sustainable Development Goals include gender equality, as do nearly every major sports charter, the Commonwealth Games, the Olympics, equality and participation. So how are your different stages of the esports industries already productively working towards that sort of goal? So from community level, from associational and high school level, from very high federational level. Can we start with you, Morgan?
Yeah, of course. I guess speaking to Rocket League in particular, as the title we've been playing, there were established leagues and tournaments, but nothing in Oceania specific to women previously. There had been in the States and in Europe, but not previously established here for women. So as I mentioned before, one of our friends and a streamer, Bepsi, established the OWL, or the Oceanic Women's League, which brought us together. And I think that was really cool because it gave us an introduction to one another. It gave us other women to play with and kind of strengthen that bond and that want to compete as women. So yeah, from a community level, that's something that's definitely at its beginnings now. But that's not to say it's not going to be strengthened going forward. And I think it's got huge opportunity for growth, and that's something really exciting to us as women.
Yeah. It's development and support is just like this constant challenge, right? It does come from constant, from my perspective as an association, it does come back from like what games can we support, but we do want to invest in particular titles that we believe in. Rocket League is a key one for us. And so, I remember coming back from the Commonwealth Esports Champions, just like Rocket League. All right, Bepsi, we're going to find some sponsors, get this league supported, and then we're going to reach out to all the girls' high schools competing in the high school league and let them know, it's like you can really make one thing work, and that's something that I hold close. But as an association, I have to think of all of esports as well and all the games out there, and we cop it all the time. Like sometimes we'll cop a offshoot community, like at the ISF World Championships, there's PUBG Mobile there, right? Now, we just don't have the resources to do PUBG Mobile. But a few players emailed through going, we'd love to represent the country. And it's sort of like, well, we're only allowed to send X number of athletes. We only have X number of funding. So we had to make the hard decision that we just don't have support here. And then, well, why not? It's a tough place to be, but I personally am very energetic to see, especially games like Rocket League, like a select number of games that have that long legacy from infrastructure ground up in local communities, at a high school, or like maybe there's the local Rocket League center, or the local esports center with Rocket League there, to be more balanced, but and then up into a high school league League, University League, Semi-Pro League, professional leagues, that whole supportive structure that, maybe one day there's a Collingwood Rocket League team, that kind of thing. And whatever we can build to get there would be Collingwood fans.
I'm horrified.
Yeah, oh no. I don't know, I was trying to pick I'm not an AFL person, it's clear.
Sorry, this is an Australian joke. Sorry.
Yeah, oh God. Sorry, Mark, you may not get it. But yeah, that from a national point, that's where we see it.
Yeah, that pipeline must be exciting for you, Mark. What are your thoughts on gender equality through esports, getting that in place?
Yeah. So for global esports federations, we do have a working relationship and a partnership actually with UNESCO to help them with 4 of their SGDs, Sustainable Development Goals, and one of them is actually gender equality. And I think how we do this is really we shine light on the issue, we make space and we get out of the way, and by making space we create platforms as well. And at any of our games, we strive to have both open championship as well as a women's only event, and that creates an opportunity for more women to be part of this. Be showcased at some of these higher, more high-profile events that we have, like the Commonwealth Esports Championships or Global Esports Games. On the more grassroots level, what we've been doing is, through our World Connected initiative, World Connected initiative, we actually do give like seed funding or seed amount of money into some of the national federations out there to be able to help, some of their programs. And some of these national federations have used this to organize competitions, women only competitions, to create that space for women to play and participate. We're not blind to the fact that, I think for some of these games, it can be quite a harsh environment for women to play. I think you look at some of the message boards, a lot of it is, it's quite demeaning on women, and there's a lot of harassment that goes on. And we want to create a space where, women are protected, women are able to reach their potential. And if we're able to have that safe space for women to play, we'll probably see some women rising up the ranks, because like what Darren was saying, right? Esports, there's very little physicality. A lot of it is mental, a lot of it is their coordination skills, and I think women can really match up with men, and we'll have more women participating in our open events and categories.
Thanks. I've got a very different version of esports physicality. I used to raid with World of Warcraft, and one of my co-raiders threw up on their keyboard because they were so tense and stressed and tired. So physicality manifests in very different ways. It's been a really exciting panel so far. I'm just going to ask one last question and then questions to the crowd. And we'll start with you, Morgan. What's the issue or matter that's keeping you up at night as esports develops with or without legacy sports support and practices? Is there anything that's worrying you, that's keeping you awake? Or you're excited about it, could also be that.
Nothing worrying me in particular. It is just the excitement of it. It's just kind of seeing where it is going forward. Unlike traditional sports that are already established and have had competition going for years, this is a newer thing. And whether it just be esports in general, whether it be the Women's League even being an even newer thing upon that, it's just exciting to see where it's going to go forward. I don't think there's anything in particular that's been worrying me about it. It's just, anticipation of what's to come next.
Darren?
It's for me, it's like a gap, right? But I was sort of thinking as you're talking, it's like, that's just life, right? Like, how many other sports they're going, oh, I wish we had that grant and we had the new stadium. I remember going to the home of the Firebirds in Brisbane, the new netball stadium they built, basketball stadium they built there, and it's beautiful. It's a $50 million facility, and it's got all the tech built into it, and they're showcasing it, and they're like, can esports be here and stuff? And I'm like, God, I wish we had, it's like. But I also know we don't need that. We can retrofit into there just easily. I'm grateful they've got those facilities. And that's kind of the thing. It's a gap that grows. Like every year it's like, okay, let's put more into AFL. Let's put more into NRL. Let's put more into swimming, let's put more into, and nothing goes into esports. But every year, a new wave of generation, whether it's young girls, young boys, talking to the gender equality question before it, like coming in going, and what Amy mentioned in the high school panel, that school with young girls that want to play fighting games, right? Well, there's the hunger, and then they go out there, and then there's just no opportunity, and so there's the disappointment. The feedback loop is disappointment. No one cares. I'm not nurtured. I give it up, and then it just dies there. It's like the unwatered plant, and that gap will only either continue to widen, or we'll just never catch up to it because of this legacy sports benefit from constant legacy investment. And unfortunately, she couldn't be here, but Ingrid Proud, who's on the Brisbane Olympic Committee, looking after legacy of the Olympics there, it was one of the things that I learned from her, just listening to her and our conversation there, was the Olympics in Brisbane is going to build all this infrastructure and leave not a 10-year or 20-year, but ideally a 30, 50-year legacy for all of those sports and for community. And esports will miss out on that if we're not, if we do. Hopefully we don't. But that's what happens when these things happen. We just miss out. And so everyone else just keeps going forward. And so the next generation of young gamers coming through just don't have what others have. And that worries me. It's when is day zero for us to give the next generation, and Fortress is great, like buildings like Fortress are great because they sort of help, but that's a private, that's not broad brush national institution like every school has it, every state has something, it's too micro. When is the day that we have, it's truly ground zero, day one of esports in Australia and our story?
Sounds like a cultural conversation with the NBN. Love it. Do you, Mark? Anything keeping you up at night?
Yeah, a lot of things keep me up at night, but thankfully I have pretty good sleep. But yeah, I think one of the things that GF strives to do is create, make sure that the internet is the safest place on the planet, right? And I think it's not today. And really, gaming and esports is a large part of this, because we see that the use of the internet, a large part of it is actually through gaming and esports. And I think what we need to do is we need to bridge a gap in terms of about understanding what esports is, the power of esports, how we can connect to youth, and how we can inspire future generations to be great, outstanding people in society. I think that's the eventual aim for anyone who wants to promote any sport or any movement. And I think for us at GF, that is what we try to do every single day.
Fantastic, thanks. So if anyone has questions in the room, can go.
Hello. Okay, it's better. You guys spoke about Rocket League, how accessible it is. I believe it's free to play now as well. It's so easy to watch. You don't have to play games to understand. The ball goes in the goal with the cars. That's how it works. Do you think that with how much Rocket League is being taken on, it can almost be used as a springboard to get esports to people who don't have any idea about video games? So because it's so simple, so easy, my 60-year-old dad has watched it and thought it was exciting. He doesn't know how to turn on a computer. So do you think it can be this springboard towards greater esports to the general populace?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think one of the cool things about being across in England was, like I said, I've been playing Rocket League for years. My mum knows that. My brother knows that. My brother's a gamer, but not a Rocket League player. So whether the knowledge of gaming extends from someone who does game to someone who absolutely does not at all, over the years, even though they've known that I played, there's no real opportunity for them to tune in or watch. They tuned into the Commonwealth Games, and my mum was sitting there cheering it on, loved it. Same kind of thing, like, sorry mum, but doesn't really know how to turn on a PC. Like, shocking. But it was something she was able to tune into and support. So I think something like that's really cool. And I absolutely agree that Rocket League could be that springboard going forward for esports. even to the point where I got back and I went into work and I work with some mums who said, oh, my kids play Rocket League, they loved watching, they're wanting to play it more now, or, you know, their kids downloaded the game and started to play it from that. I think it's really easy to pick up. It takes obviously a lot of skill and a lot of practice, but it's easy to watch, it's easy to pick up, it's easy to play. So I think it's a really good title for that.
I think it's really interesting because even just using personal experience, like Rocket League and a lot of sport that I guess is so transferable and watchable, you know, it's ball sports, right? Like ball go, goal, person push ball that way, you know. So simple to break down. And when I was younger, I'd watch things like AFL, and I'm like, I don't get the rules. Like, why was that? Why is that guy in trouble? Like, you know. And then eventually you pick up the few rules, and you're like, I get it now. You know, ball's moving that way, and that's a goal, and that's 1 point. Or, you know, so Rocket League offers that in a gaming sense, which is why so many people can connect with it. And I don't play Rocket League. I suck at it. I mean, I versed Morgan in a show match, and I got the concepts. Like, okay, rocket fuel, let's fly, and like the speed of the game. It's insane how good you have to be. Yeah, I got kicked off the stage. I was not allowed to play anymore. I sucked too much. But like watching it, you know, especially the Commonwealth Games, some of the big games, you know, filled out the arena and people just cheering, and you're like, I can cheer along because I get it so quick, even as a gamer, you know. And then I reflect on other games like Dota 2. Mark mentioned the international in Singapore, $42 million. I can watch the PGA Tour, and I can understand that's a hole-in-one, that's a birdie. I can understand where it's going and sort of get along with it. If I didn't know anything about Dota 2, even though it's $42 million and it's a huge thing, I couldn't guess what is happening. You know, there's colors, there's things, and there's characters moving around, but I couldn't really get why that's exciting. I do know Dota 2, so I love it. And it's the same like when I played Counter-Strike. There was one time I was in Singapore for a competition, and you hear the crowd roar, but you know that crowd gets why that was so exciting. You know, you pulled off a move or you landed a hit that they themselves know from playing so much was incredible. So they cheer and they lose their mind at it, right? But as someone who's, if I wasn't a Counter-Strike person watching that, I might cheer because everyone cheered, but I wouldn't know why that was the finesse or the skill or the excitement. You know, whereas Rocket League, it's like, oh my gosh, that pass, goal in the hole, like amazing. You know, it's like very quick, and it's a great bridge for like your parents to use. So.
One other thing to add to it actually is I think the excitability of the game as well. Not meaning to talk down other games, but a game like eFootball, for example, or FIFA, the games go for much longer. A Rocket League game goes for 5 minutes. So it's easy to tune in to understand what's going on and actually be a part of the excitement. And like you were saying, the only thing to understand is who has more points, who has more goals. Whereas other games that take longer or are harder to understand, it can be harder to get excitable about it.
I'm going to be greedy and chip in on a point. When I was watching you play, what was really exciting is not watching a human avatar play, because you start focusing on your name. So we see you and we see your name and we avoid everything else. So we're just watching you play as a car, but we're watching you, right? We're not watching this champion known as XYZ in a fantasy world, which is great as well. But it was really interesting seeing that I knew your name very clearly because just the scale and sizing of your name across your car on stage. So it was really exciting to think about that in terms of the games that we're using and how they're sort of producing you as a representative as well. Mark, did you want to chip on that? Otherwise, we're going to be rounding up.
Yeah, I think for games like Rocket League, you know, I think it's very easy to understand, and yeah, it could be a great like conduit for people who really aren't like organically in esports to actually understand. Yeah, you know, this is quite cool and it looks great on screen. You know, we talk about 4 screens and you know your TV, your computer screen, your pad, your tablet as well as your phone, right? And Rocket League looks great on every single platform, and you know, I think that's really the future of entertainment and where we want to go in terms of accessibility and reach. But I think that what's great about esports and organizing sports at this level, where you're able to introduce like games like Dota 2, which are not intuitive, right? That you know you can also showcase other people who are involved in the esports industry, other careers like the shoutcasters, they actually do a great job in explaining the game. I think when we had the Commonwealth Esports Championships, when we had all these like guys who were from traditional sports like walking in, like they knew nothing about Dota 2, but the shoutcasters did a great job in explaining what they were, right? And I think that goes to show that the esports industry is not just about the gamers, it's not just about the publishers, but the people that are around it that had so much passion about it, right? That they have this great understanding of the game, that they're able to even explain it in very simple terms and convert people into what's so great about esports.
Yeah, and talking to your point, and carrying on from Dota, commentators absolutely can level the playing field for the new person, and it doesn't take, like, you can watch a match of Dota 2 and you sort of start to get, okay, that's happening, right? But names, big thing. Like, I play Dota 2 a lot, and just to work out who my team members are, often you're just typing there, like you're talking to them going, oh, hey, I don't know, like a character called Crystal Maiden, like, oh, hey, Crystal, can you do this? But that's not the player, that's just the character, because that's what you can visibly see. To then work out who the character is, like, if it was Morgan, like, oh, wait, Queen Morgie, there we go. Like, it takes a lot of effort to get to there, but Rocket League, fantastic for that. It's been a fantastic panel. Thank you so much, Morgan, and thank you, Mark, from joining all the way from Singapore. Unfortunately, couldn't be here in person, but next time, Mark, I will bring you down. You have to come. And thank you so much, Dr. Emma Mikowski. Always wonderful and really pointy questions. And thank you to everyone who's here in the audience and who's been tuning online. This has been the 2022 version of the Esports Australia Summit, and the first live one in 3 years. So, since the last 2 years of COVID. So hopefully next year, bigger, better, more wonderful, more people come along. So I welcome you to that. We will wrap up. Anyone who's still around, we will be going to network drinks at Fortress, where you can continue the conversation. And yeah, it's been wonderful and absolutely incredible round of speakers all day long.
Thanks, Mark.
Are you just doing that on purpose?